thus implying consent.
There is no excuse.
There is no excuse.
Is it consensual if his skin can't be found under my fingernails?
For 12 years, starting at the age of 3, I was molested by someone in my family.
Is it consensual if my no was inaudible?
But one day, I mustered up the courage to tell him to stop.
Is it consensual if my yes was merely 3 letters, coerced?
To me, Denim Day means healing. It signifies rebirth from a trauma you never thought you'd live past.
This is not a women's issue, it is a human issue for all of us.
When we give in the world what we need the most, it heals the broken parts in each of us. So give your strength, not your sorrow. Give your heart and never hate. And the discomfort that we feel around this issue is necessary, because it's only in facing these uncomfortable things that we truly can heal from them. Thank you so much for having me.
For more information on how you can help the cause, visit denimdayinfo.org. LA's first and only black mayor is honored for championing what many believe was the most successful Olympics ever. Yes, the games are returning to LA, but a name change may be coming too. Gil Reyes has more.
Will the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum be able to keep its iconic name? What we do know for sure is that the name of the man many consider to be the greatest mayor in Los Angeles history will be etched in these hallowed halls forever.
At the entrance of the LA Memorial Coliseum is the arena's Court of Honor, consisting of 60-plus names and events that have made the stadium great. Now add a new name to this gallery, former LA Mayor Tom Bradley. His daughters are here for the induction and unveiling of this handsome bronze plaque.
Absolutely thrilled. It's about time as far as we're concerned. Daddy's contribution is the reason the modern Olympics exist even today. Right. But it's just fantastic.
Mayor Bradley brought the 84 games to Los Angeles, generating a multi-million-dollar profit largely through advertising that's paying off to this day. And as the plaque reads, he welcomed the world. No one has done so much for so many while serving the city of Los Angeles.
He was a police officer, he was a city council member, and then he was mayor for 20 years. And of course, we know that record will never be broken because now we have term limits.
Coliseum Commission President and Supervisor Janice Hahn was at the ceremony honoring LA's first and only black mayor. So were the two men who pushed for his induction, Supervisor Mark Ridley Thomas and former city councilman Tom LaBonge.
And I stop and say to Mark, could you get a plaque at the Court of Honor for Tom Bradley? Make it happen, Tom, and we'll get it done.
And they did, but during a controversy over the arena's name. United Airlines has pledged nearly $70 million to renovate the stadium, but only if it is renamed United Airlines Memorial Coliseum. Critics say no way. And now the airline has threatened to pull out. USC manages the stadium.
I'm hopeful that United Airlines and USC will come to a compromise that gives United Airlines the visibility they should have, as well as preserving the legacy for veterans.
How about United Airlines Field at Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum? They're talking about it. We'll know for sure long before the games return to Los Angeles in 2028.
Other inductees to the Court of Honor include LA politician Kenneth Hahn, former president of South Africa Nelson Mandela, and rocker Bruce Springsteen. Getting into college is a monumental step for high school seniors. The LA Dodgers Foundation and a nonprofit celebrated this significant milestone by shining a spotlight on these students' accomplishments.
We're here because we think that signing day should not just be for elite athletes, but for young people like all of you who worked so hard to earn those college acceptances.
All I can say is wow, wow, wow. 600 students, so many colleges, so many backgrounds. This is really tremendous. So today we're hosting 600 kids from local high schools who are all pledging what colleges they're going to be attending in the fall. We partnered with College Spring, an organization really dedicated to equipping students with SAT and ACT prep and ensuring that they have the knowledge that they need in order to go to college and succeed. It's important to celebrate today, regardless of where you're going to school, but just the mere fact that you are going and that you have achieved a significant milestone in your life.
I will be attending UCR this fall.
I'll be attending UC Berkeley in the fall.
And I will be attending UC Santa Barbara this fall.
That I will be attending Dickinson College as a Posse Scholar.
I will be attending UC Davis this fall.
What does that mean to you?
It means so much to me because I want to be able to prove to my younger sister, since I am an older sister, that they can do it too and that they have someone there for them to help them.
You deserve this, you've earned this, and you should be so very proud.
Since launching in 2008, nearly 25,000 students from low-income backgrounds have benefited from College Spring's program. They're helping fight hunger and prevent food waste at the same time. Food Forward is a nonprofit dedicated to providing healthy options to underserved communities. Rasha Goel has more.
So why do we see so many happy faces while picking out their greens? It's because they're at a free farmers market where they can take home their veggies at no cost. All thanks to Food Forward, a nonprofit organization that gathers food and distributes it to more than 200 charitable groups across a 5-county region.
Food Forward rescues produce that would otherwise go to waste. We collect from backyards, farms, public spaces, farmers markets, and wholesale locations and donate to local hunger relief agencies.
This free farmers market was held in conjunction with See Me at the Garden in Simi Valley, where over 175 people walk through on a given day. This particular farmers market is held on the last Tuesday of every month, and it's just one of the many groups that Food Forward works with.
So in October of 2017, we did our first free farmers market in partnership with Food Forward, and there was such a demand in the community. One of the reasons is because there's no qualification. So if a family's short on food for the month and they come down, they get their food. If they don't need it the following month, then we don't see them.
This year marks 10 years for Food Forward, who has recovered and donated over 70 million pounds of produce. At 78 years old, individuals like Bernarda McCarroll, who have been volunteering for the past year and a half, say it brings them so much joy.
I give people food that they need, and also it's gratifying to me because I'm doing service for somebody else that I enjoy.
Over 10,000 community members participate at over 190 produce recovery events every month.
It's a win-win-win-win-win for everyone. There's volunteers that get to come out and get some exercise and feel good about themselves. People are receiving produce, food is not going to waste, and really our harvesting food, fighting hunger, and building community message shines through these community partnerships.
Would you like asparagus?
Of course! I wasn't about to leave without my favorite asparagus.
Los Angeles Trade Technical College has gone green. New solar panels and electric car charging stations will not only benefit the environment, but they will also offer living labs to students who are training in solar or transportation careers.
This newest solar installation represents the future of jobs, a vision for Los Angeles that's truly sustainable, and a city that's powered by Angelinos. We're striving for 100% renewable energy in the future, mainly from energies that are coming from solar, power, and hydro.
Today we recognize and applaud the wonderful energy savings achieved through construction of this 285 kilowatt solar system at the Trade Tech parking structure. Your achievement will help LADWP efforts to reduce electrical demand and lower the strain on the grid, greatly contributing to the future sustainability of our city. This is the first one that I felt really embodies what we're trying to do in the city of Los Angeles, where we're really helping each other make a better city.
They redefined pop music as we know it, creating a dedicated fan phenomenon that still exists almost 30 years later. And now fans of the Backstreet Boys can get up close and personal with a one-of-a-kind ultimate fan experience. Rasha Goel takes us to the Grammy Museum's latest exhibit.
Music lover or not, this is one exhibit you won't want to miss. The Backstreet Boys experience at the LA Live Grammy Museum takes you through their journey on and off stage along with some key memorabilia.
It's basically all things Backstreet Boys. There are original objects provided by the group, and then there's a ton of really cool interactive components here that it makes for a great fan experience.
What's unique about this exhibition is the interactive experience. All right, Backstreet Boys fans, this is your chance to send them your personal message. This right here is the confession booth. You can record your message here, which will then be sent to them. And hey, if you're in the mood for taking some pictures and maybe grabbing that selfie, well, guess what? Hop on right over here.
We have this really cool hologram, and what this hologram is, it allows guests to actually either take a selfie with the Backstreet Boys, or they can sing with the Backstreet Boys, and then that sort of video is it's captured and then sent back to the guests, so then you can post it on social media, share it with your friends and family, just let people know you got to hang out with the Backstreet Boys.
And talk about commitment to fans. The boys were fully involved and hands-on when it came to this exhibit. They contributed some very personal items, things that you can only get a glimpse of here.
What we wanted to do is create an environment, an immersive environment to give back to the fans, and this was something, that was a message that they wanted to hit on just right out the gate. They really wanted to put a personal spin on this. So there's one section in this exhibition that features wedding albums and baptism photos. I mean, we have AJ's onesie from that he wore when he came back from the hospital the day he was born. So really cool stuff here. There's a lot to see. There's a lot of stuff here for everyone.
And some fun facts about the Backstreet Boys. They are the best-selling boy band with 130 million records worldwide. Their 2019 album, DNA, debuted at #1 more than 2 decades after the band was formed. And the album's lead single, Don't Go Breaking My Heart, was nominated for Pop Duo and Group Performance at this year's Grammy Awards. From clothing and costuming to this wall of pictures with actual fans and moments from across the world, there is plenty to enjoy.
Whether you're a Backstreet Boys fan or a music and baseball fan, that's great, but then there's also an educational component too. So there's this really cool sort of dynamic that we've created here where it's educational but entertaining at the same time.
So come on down and check out the Backstreet Boys experience. It's your chance to sing or send a message to them while experiencing this boy band phenomenon.
The exhibit runs until September 2nd. More info at GrammyMuseum.org. Well, from pop to hip-hop, another photo exhibit highlights the musical artists and the photographers who not only helped shape hip-hop culture as we know it today, but also impacted politics, culture, and social movements around the world.
It's hard to believe, but hip-hop is now 40 years old. It's actually middle-aged, but it is still as vibrant as ever, and this exhibit captures that. For example, Salt and Peppa when they first started out, or how about Tupac or Snoop Dogg before they became legendary mega artists.
I refer to this as like the Mona Lisa of hip-hop. The photographer talks about how he wanted to portray Biggie as a king.
Notorious B.I.G., Cardi B, the one and only Beyonce, and Jay-Z. The exhibit, Contact High, A Visual History of Hip-Hop, takes us down memory lane in the vast and varied history of hip-hop, but it also includes its newest and greatest current artists.
You have like Kanye's first photo shoot, Wu-Tang's first cover shoot.
But Vicky Toback, curator of the exhibit Contact High and author of a book by the same name, makes it clear. that this visual show is as much about the photographers who captured hip-hop history as it is about the artists who created its music.
A lot of times, the photographers weren't professionally trained per se, but they were part of the culture. And so when hip hop started, in the Bronx in the 70s, they were right there. Hip hop wasn't on the radio yet. You had to go to parks, roller rinks, local DJ spaces to even hear it. And it was just this, music of everyday people.
LA, by the way, has its own historic corner in the exhibit.
You can see in the photos this moment, right, where LA kind of comes into its own. It looked different. It had like the white tees, the Dickies, the car culture, the tattoo culture, the lowrider culture. Like that was very much an LA signature. Rest in peace, Nipsey.
Pictures like that of the late Nipsey Hussle capture that LA moment, and there are so many LA moments.
I love when you can see the neighborhoods and really the places that made LA hip-hop.
Altogether, more than 100 historic photos capturing iconic hip-hop artists. Not bad for a musical tradition few thought would last. But last it has, influencing many other types of music.
Hip-hop always just portrayed itself as being raw and real and speaking truth to power. People connect to that. Fast forward now to it being a dominant, global phenomenon.
The exhibit at the Annenberg Space for Photography stays open until August 18th of this year, and it's free. The South LA community got together to rededicate a beloved neighborhood park. From carnival games, dunk tank, face painting, and lucha libre wrestlers. It was fun for the entire family.
Let's give a big round of applause for South Park 2.0. Amen.
Today, we are unveiling a new and improved South Park.
I don't know if everybody realizes, but this year is 120 years this park has been in existence. That is a long time. This is one of the first parks in the city of Los Angeles.
The LA Times call it the Monte Carlo of Los Angeles, minus the wicked jingle of the coin.
I live right here in the neighborhood, so I've been aware of this park since the late 50s.
Our parents used to bring us here when we were kids. I haven't seen it look this good in years.
Our generation isn't the generation that just holds things together. We're the generation that are going to create. We're going to rehabilitate. This will be one of the examples of what can happen when a community comes together with a vision.
My message to the community is these weren't dollars that Kern Price or Eric Garcetti had. These are your tax dollars, and because we're spending your tax dollars in your community, now it's your responsibility. Keep it clean, keep it safe, and use it. A park loves to be loved.
Investment is not just in the grounds and in the grass and in the trees. It's an investment in the people who live in this community.
Put your best foot forward. Every individual, put your best foot forward.
I'm just praying and hoping that the upkeep stay up and that we all come together as one to do whatever we need to do to benefit the neighborhood.
We must really love one another. We must love our communities and do everything we can to keep it safe and clean.
There was even more family fun at the city's Earth Day celebration as folks learned about conservation and even brought home some trees.
think in our home, for example, the importance of recycling, the importance of making sure we can conserve water to make sure that our planet could survive for generations to come.
Recycling the most basic of things, papers, cans at home, that's something that everyone can do. Ensuring that nothing gets thrown on the street that will contaminate not just our water, but it'll blight our public spaces. We all want things to look clean and beautiful.
I conserve water and I reuse and recycle items. And to help the earth, I conserve water and take short showers.
I recycle whenever I can, conserve water.
Earth Day should actually be every day.
Councilmember Paul Koretz gets a special honor. A new Green Deal is announced by the mayor, and the city's first two-way bike lanes are coming to downtown LA. All this in City Beat. As Earth Day celebrations and education continue in Los Angeles, Councilmember Paul Koretz was honored for his 30-plus years of forward-thinking environmental policy and action. His contributions are almost too many to list, as Councilmember Mike Bonnet pointed out at a recent surprise ceremony in City Council.
Mr. Koretz, would you please come up and join us?
I really appreciate this. I don't know what to say. This means a lot to me. Something I care so much about. Save our planet and save our species, save our wildlife, and keep LA and the rest of the world as it should be. So thank you so much.
Congratulations.
And along those lines, Mayor Eric Garcetti unveiled LA's Green New Deal, a plan designed to greatly expand Los Angeles' strong commitment to renewable energy, resulting in a cleaner, safer Los Angeles for decades to come. As use of bicycle transportation continues to grow, Councilmember Jose Huizar unveiled the city's first two-way bike lane in downtown LA. The improvement is designed in part to allow residents easier access to downtown's historic core. Los Feliz celebrates a brand new playground thanks to the Department of Rec and Parks and Councilmember David Rue.
All right, we're going to get started because I honestly do not want to take these 3-year-olds on. So. 3, 2, 1,
I really want to thank everyone for joining us today for the opening of this very new playground.
This is what a park is supposed to be. An open space for all, and of course, especially for our young children.
What do you think?
There was a call from the community in Los Feliz. They needed a playground, and this is like the newest and greatest addition to Griffith Park.
We're so happy to be celebrating this amazing event, this incredible playground, and we definitely look forward to welcoming more spaces like this in the Los Feliz community.
Playgrounds are the very first introduction of our kids to the parks. Our goal is when we get the kids coming into the park through the playground, then we're able to introduce them to the other really magical pieces of the park system. I always like the saying that we need more green time and less screen time.
This means so much to me because when I was growing up as a child, we lived in a 2-bedroom, 700 square foot apartment, and we had no front yard or backyard, and it was parks. It was public parks, in particular Griffith Park, where I came to play.
Get on the Do Good bus and do some good. A citywide open firehouse celebration kicks off, and get ready to move to the beat as Summer of Salsa returns. All this and things to do. If you've been wanting to get involved in your community but haven't been sure where to start, then just hop on the Do Good bus. You'll meet like-minded folks for a day of games, fun, and a volunteer opportunity at a mystery location. Try out the Do-Good bus on Saturday, May 11th from 8:15 a.m. The latest pack of do-gooders board the bus at Echo Park Lake on 751 Echo Park Avenue. For more details, check out their listing on eventbrite.com. You're invited to bring the entire family for the LAFD Fire Service Day 2019. A citywide open firehouse celebration. Get to know your local fire crews in this 2019 LAFD Fire Service Day, happening Saturday, May 11th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. To locate your nearest fire station, visit lafd.org/station/station-results. La Plaza de Cultura y Artes invites you to Summer of Salsa, a free concert series held at this historic open-air venue. Gracing the stage on May 10th will be Ricardo Lembo and Maquina Loca. Summer of Salsa featuring Ricardo Lembo and Maquina Loca takes place Friday, May 10th, beginning at 6 p.m. For more info, visit lapca.org. And that's a look at some things to do. That's it for this edition. I'm Yana Kay. From all of us here at LA This Week, thanks for joining us. A reminder that you can catch us online at lacityview.org. We're also on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. See you next time for more of LA This Week.
Don't hurt me this way. Don't touch me this way.
When a physical encounter occurs between man and machine, the machine always wins. Please, don't lose. Obey all the rules of the road.
Don't let me make the same mistake again.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I'd like to call this meeting to order, please. Good afternoon, and welcome to the Budget and Finance Committee's continued consideration of the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2019-2020. I'm Paul Krikorian, Chair of the Committee. I'm joined by all of my colleagues, Mr. Blumenfield, Mr. Kretz, Mr. Price, and Mr. Bonin, and we're ready to begin today's session. We'll start by taking public comment, as we have every session of this hearing. And members, after public comment, we'll start considering the budget memos, and we're going to go generally in order by department. With apologies to the zoo, we're going to go in generally alphabetical order. There might be some exceptions to that. We'll sort of play it by ear as we go. But we'll take up a single department and consider all of the memos relating to that department. It might make more sense. At the outset, before we get into a lot of discussion, I'm going to make Chair's recommendations of no action on a number of reports. And so we'll go through those. I'll go through them numerically. And then if any member wants to call one of those special for further discussion, of course you're welcome to. And if any member wants to do that, we will consider it. But since we have over 200 memos, I think it is a valuable way of managing time if I start that off by just saying these are going to be held for future consideration, or just no action at this time. And if everybody agrees with that, we can just move forward. That will save a considerable amount of time. So we're going to start with our public comment. For those who haven't been to one of these sessions before, this is a special meeting of the committee, so we will not take general public comment, but we will take comment relating to the 2019-2020 budget, and each speaker will have 1 minute to speak on that topic. So I'm going to go ahead and okay. Well, I guess the order of the speakers may not necessarily match the order that you signed up because of a computer thing that's going on. So I apologize for that, but everybody will have a chance to speak. So I'm going to go ahead and call our first few speakers, and what I'd like to do is, as I call a group of names, if you could come on up and be ready to speak, and we can just go straight through. So I'm going to start with Agnes Harris, Antonia Ramirez, Arnold Sachs, Carlos Aguilar, and Carol Lyles. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Agnes Harris, and I am representing the Los Angeles Black Workers Center. I stand before you as a master degree educator and former director of professional certification, director of admissions, and registrar who simultaneously and successfully held these 3 positions without support staff at the biweekly salary of $1,428. I was then terminated for requesting a raise to $2,400 for an additional analyst level work being asked of me. I understand all too well wage discrimination and degradation. I am here and representing the Los Angeles Black Workers Center, and we respectfully request your approval of the $3 million budget initially provided by the City Administrative Office for the Civil and Human Rights Ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I think I have my computer situation straightened out now. You're Ms. Harris?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Carol Lyles, and I'm representing the Black Workers Center. We're here to urge the Budget and Finance Committee to allocate additional funding for the Civil and Human Rights Commission. We support the $3 million budget because this budget will cover 25 positions, including commissioners, investigators, and city attorneys. I have a master's degree from Pepperdine, Malibu, Public Administration, and I'm working for minimum wage, and I'm facing discrimination because of my age. Again, I urge you to allocate additional funding for the Civil and Human Rights Commission.
Carlos Aguilar, Coalition for Economic Survival, here in support of the funding for Right to Counsel. Every year, close to 30,000 households face eviction in the city of Los Angeles. While the city is making efforts to address rising homelessness and lack of affordable units, we can provide some additional relief by supporting homelessness prevention efforts desperately needed. Right to Counsel is an effective strategy that not only reduces the burden of increasing costs brought on by expanded homelessness, but also serves as a deterrent to those landlords who abuse the imbalance of justice by submitting false accusations to start evictions, since they often expect tenants to not have representation or know that they can get help. Evidence from New York City suggests that their Right to Counsel program has led to significant declines in evictions. Besides New York and other cities, we urge Los Angeles to commit to the source of funding. We strongly urge allocation of initial $5 million in funds to support the implementation of Right to Counsel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. First of all, these unpatriotic, unethical, pandering pussies, Eric Garcetti and City Attorney Michael Fior and Herb Wesson, have done a deplorable job because they've provided us with no public safety. This has become a safe haven sanctuary city for all criminal wetbacks, Chango Latino gangbangers, and we are subsidizing them at taxpayers' expense. Never mind that middle-class America is now homeless and in poverty, and our beloved military veterans are also joined the ranks of homelessness. Now, we are too busy providing and protecting and rewarding our niggers, our Chango Latino gangbangers, our wetbacks, and our white trash junkies. Who protects homeless women? Nobody. Again, nobody protects law-abiding citizens. We want ICE to enforce the rule of law and deport these goddamn wetbacks and gangbangers. That's where you need to allocate the money. The crime is unbearable. Criminal actions in Los Angeles are astronomical, and you have denied the true data to be released to the American public. The data is flawed. It is lied and deceptive. Deport these goddamn...
Thank you. Your time has expired. Thank you. Thank you. Have a seat. Return to your seat quietly, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Arnold
Wait,
Sachs.
I'm sorry. Hold his time, please. In fact, restore his time. Thank you. One moment, Mr. Sachs. I'd like to call up our next few speakers. And by the way, if you haven't been here for public comment before, sometimes you hear a wide variety of viewpoints, some of which are objectionable, some of which are highly objectionable, and I apologize to all who are offended by other speakers. It is the nature of the beast as we're here. So I'm going to call up a few more speakers. Chancela Al-Mansour, Claire Wazana Meredith, Diane Prado, Eric Roman, Greg Spiegel, and Javier Beltran. Mr. Sachs.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Arnold Sachs. By the way, this was in the LA Times, or welcome to the new normal. The only problem is it's missing the dollar sign. There's $20 million in excise tax that hasn't been talked about. Maybe everybody's afraid because I remember somebody's son got murdered at a marijuana dispensary. That might have been a message. But it's the retirement of the worker who was here for 37 years. Was he a city worker? Was he a coalition worker? Was he a DWP worker? Was he a sworn officer? Was he a fireman? He must have been eligible for one of those early retirement programs that he didn't get. How come? What was his position with the city after 27 years? You need to ask yourself that question. You talk about $3 million. He might be coming by ferry, by the way, Mr. Rue, but he's definitely coming. And a poem for the
Thank you.
I'm sorry. We'll get the rest of this on Thursday.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Counsel. I'm Mansour. I'm the Executive Director of the Housing Rights Center, and I thank you for this opportunity to allow me to strongly support full funding for a robust and effective right to counsel. Evictions cause homelessness, and we are seeing an increase in new homelessness every day. Many evictions are preventable if a tenant has an attorney. Lawyers prevent homelessness, not just in the courtroom, but where tenants represent themselves and often don't have equal protection or equal procedural rights, but also lawyers help tenants before evictions are even filed. 1 in 4 homeless people and homeless families are homeless because of an eviction. An eviction which goes on their record prevents them from getting safe, decent, and affordable housing in the future, and also may forever deny their eligibility for subsidized housing programs like Section 8. Thank you very much, and once again in support of a full right to counsel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Claire Wazana Meredith, a member of the Housing Justice Committee for Bend the Arc Jewish Action. The face of our eviction crisis is moms with kids. That's why I'm here to recommend that the Budget Committee allocate $5 million for initial stages of the Right to Counsel program. There's a homelessness crisis and a homeless family crisis. The rates of homeless families in the city of Los Angeles has increased 13% from 2017 to 2018. Research shows that eviction disproportionately impacts female-headed households with children. As someone who grew up with a single working mom, I know that it isn't easy even with a roof over your head. I want to ask you all to imagine what it must feel like as a mother with children to move your family from your home to the stream. The issue of homelessness and housing insecurity is on the rise, and there's no time to waste. The Right to Counsel needs robust and meaningful funding, and we recommend the $5 million for initial stages of funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Diana Prado, Executive Director of the legal nonprofit Heart LA, here in support of funding for the Right to Counsel. The Right to Counsel is a cost-saving investment early in the eviction process before the outcomes of displacement become even more expensive. By reducing homelessness, we are reducing the strain on city services. For example, sanitation, policing, and shelter costs. The new Hollywood shelter costs $3.3 million in construction and $4.7 million in operations. That's roughly $8 million. With $8 million, we can build an initial robust phase for the Right to Counsel that will prevent thousands from being homeless. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Greg Spiegel, Inner City Law Center and Right to Counsel Coalition. I want to explain just for a minute what we mean by right to counsel. Right to counsel isn't just a low-income tenant facing an eviction having a right to an attorney so they don't have to become homeless, although that's part of what it is. Overall, it's the right intervention at the right time in the landlord-tenant relationship to ensure housing stability. For example, it's a public education campaign so tenants and landlords know their rights and responsibilities. It's regularly scheduled clinics available throughout the city in locations and by providers where tenants feel safe, where they can get info and specific advice on how to stabilize their housing. This can include short-term rental assistance, reasonable accommodation requests, and referrals to supportive services. It also means conflict resolution to repair landlord-tenant relationships, and where they can't be repaired, a soft landing and new housing. All of these RTC interventions will benefit the landlords, the tenants, and the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And sir, before you begin, I'm just going to call some more names, please. Eric Roman, Javier Beltran, Jeremiah Gordon, Joe Donlin, and Jose Felix Cabrera, please.
My name's Javier Beltran, so
Okay.
I'm already on the list.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Javier Beltran, Managing Attorney for Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles, and I'm here in support of the right to counsel and to address how right to counsel addresses the current housing crisis in Los Angeles. First, it keeps tenants in affordable housing, which there is a lack thereof or being built. Also prevents displacement of long-term minority tenants and communities throughout Los Angeles. And also, by doing nothing, it will create additional thousands of folks who become homeless without the help of eviction prevention and attorney and legal representation to individuals and families. As we know from the 2018 homeless count, there was nearly 10,000 newly homeless individuals. So for that reason, we support robust funding for $5 million for right to counsel. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Not sure if I'm next. Eric Roman.
Yeah, could you please start his time over, please? Start his time, please. There you go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. Eric Roman, representing the LEAP LA Coalition, a coalition of environmental justice organizations. We're here to advocate for the establishment of the Climate Emergency Mobilization Department. We're excited that the council and the city are poised to take this step to create the department of this kind to address the climate crisis, and for that response to the climate crisis to be informed by frontline communities. We specifically are here today to talk about Memo 188, in which there is a proposal for funding for pilot projects. We need to make sure that this department has the funding, and we're asking for a modest initial investment of $1 million for this pilot fund to fund projects that are directly in response to community needs, to address the climate crisis in a way that specifically also accounts for the needs of different communities, especially frontline communities around the city. So we encourage you to set aside $1 million for this fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I am Jeremiah Gordon, a community organizer with the Los Angeles Black Worker Center. We are here to urge the Budget and Finance Committee to allocate additional funding for the Civil and Human Rights Commission. We have workers who endure discrimination on a daily basis. We have workers who find nooses on their work desk. We have workers who have been called the N-word on their job sites, and just recently we've had a member come in and tell us that this week. Discrimination goes on in our communities on a daily basis, and we need you all to please add more funding to the Civil and Human Rights Ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Joe Donlin with Strategic Actions for a Just Economy. I want to echo the calls for robust funding for the Civil and Human Rights Ordinance. And today, here as part of the LA Right to Counsel Coalition, you've been hearing a lot about the various elements proposed as part of a right to counsel, including public education, eviction prevention, and emergency rental assistance. I'd like to lift up the central element, which is a codified right to counsel. We know that currently the courts are not deemed by most tenants as a place of justice. Instead, they are seen as a center of displacement. Why? Because the scales of justice are out of balance when 85 to 90% of tenants are not represented by an attorney. Most tenants do not get their due process, and all tenants deserve to know they will have their rights upheld. This is why we ask the city to codify the right to counsel and to allocate an initial $5 million for phase 1 of right to counsel. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Jose Felix Cabrera here? Okay, that's the last speaker I have on my list. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I apologize. So let me call up a few more speakers then. I missed the rest of the list. Jose Felix Cabrera, Katie McKeon, Luis Cabrales, Renee Arnett, and Robert Hernandez, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you very much. Luis Cabrales. I am Executive Director of Inquilinos Unidos. Inquilinos Unidos has been working to defend tenants' rights for 40 years in the city of Los Angeles. Each year we assist up to 3,000 tenants who come to our office with threats of eviction. In many instances, they already have eviction notices and lawsuits. Unfortunately, most of these tenants come to us because they cannot afford an attorney. Sadly, a large number of them ended up homeless because they could not afford an attorney when they were asked to go to court. The vast majority of the people who come to us are people of color, mostly single mothers. Also seniors and people with disabilities. These are people who are being targeted specifically because they're vulnerable, because they're low income, and they cannot defend themselves without any special aid. We ask you to please add this $5 million to this budget for this program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Katie McEwen with Public Counsel, here in full support for funding for the initial phase of a Right to Counsel program for the city's tenants. A full and robust Right to Counsel program includes legal counsel to tenants facing UD evictions, UD proceedings, as well as pre-eviction services to provide aid, advice, and services to tenants. This type of comprehensive program is an essential component to our goal of ending homelessness. Keeping tenants in their home can stem the tide of LA City residents who find themselves being pushed out of their homes by their landlords on illegal or shaky legal grounds without a place to go except the streets. I received one case just yesterday from a tenant who received a retaliatory eviction simply because she was providing Know Your Rights materials to her neighbors. We stand in solidarity with our immigrant community and support the right to counsel and removal proceedings as well. Public Counsel respectfully requests the city to find an initial $5 million. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Renee Arnett. I'm the communications coordinator for the Los Angeles Black Workers Center. The Los Angeles City Council voted to pass the Civil and Human Rights Ordinance, and now we need the Budget and Finance Committee to vote to fund an efficient and effective commission. Allocating the City Administrative Office full annual budget means hiring enough commissioners and city attorneys to enforce discrimination protection. Without the adequate number of commissioners and attorneys, the ordinance will be ineffective. The CAO reports that $3 million is needed for the hiring of 8 paid staff, 6 attorneys, and 15 volunteer commissioners. Allocating this budget will ensure that the Civil and Human Rights Commission has the capacity to interact with Los Angeles residents, educate the public about their local rights in order to garner respect amongst Los Angeles' many communities, and efficiently and promptly execute remedies for discrimination violations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And before you begin, sir, I just want to call up call up the remaining names. Robert Hernandez, Rolando Franco, Trina Traylor, Jose Felix Cabrera, and Eric Previn, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council and Committee. My name is Robert Hernandez, and I'm representing the LA Black Workers Center in regards to, I was working at UPS, and they fired me due to the fact that they said that I had a DUI, and I didn't, and still they let me go. I'm letting you know that black workers also have a hard time in having professional jobs, and we also have a lower rate as far as being managed, getting paid as far as being management or having a supervisory position. And I'm urging you to please allocate additional funding for the Council and Human Rights Commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Trina Traylor, and I represent the Los Angeles Black Workers Center. Allocating a $3 million budget is an investment that matches the scale of the problem. Discrimination remains a persistent problem. Black people are less likely to get called back for interviews, less likely to receive callbacks compared to our white counterparts. As demonstrated earlier, bigotry still exists in 2019. President Kekorian, I remember when the ordinance passed and you yourself said without a robust budget that the ordinance wouldn't have any teeth. So I beg you guys to please allocate a robust budget to the Civil and Human Rights Ordinance so we can try to dismantle bigotry in Los Angeles.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's Eric Previn from Studio City, and I would certainly lend my voice to that program. We definitely want to establish fair and reasonable civil rights here in Los Angeles. With that said, today is another special meeting of one item, and yet today we have 206 budget memos. So it starts to strain credibility that this is really one item, and there are so many items that can't really be spoken about because it's all pushed into the front. So I would just ask that we change this practice and that we make it, there are 13 days. I know there are several days left. Hopefully there will be some time where we can address department specifics. And one question is regarding liability. We settled a case for $20 million where the city paid LAUSD out of its CRLA funds, or is going to in June. Is that going to impact this budget? Because that is a huge hit. And plus the $45 million in 2022 for the 3% increase on the LAPD, LAFD pension benefits is a neck breaker. So we need to save for that if that's true. That's because, thank God, officers and firemen will be living longer, but that's a huge obligation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the last speakers I have on my list are Rolando Franco and Jose Felix Cabrera. Good afternoon.
Buenas tardes. Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Rolando Franco. Soy miembro de SAGE y tengo más de 30 años de residir aquí en Los Ángeles. Me mudé de donde vivía. Durante 10 años viví y decidí cambiarme porque el propietario me envió un aviso de desalojo. Decidí mudarme de esa unidad porque el lugar se estaba en malas condiciones, porque el dueño no arreglaba y estaba infestado de cucarachas. El propietario fue tan cruel que después de haberme salido, a los 3 meses, me mandó una demanda en la cual tuve que buscar a alguien que me tradujera porque allí no había nadie que hablara español. Luego, después tuve que defenderme sin abogado. Solo tuve una amiga que me sirvió de intérprete para mí porque no podía pagar un abogado. Gané mi caso, gracias a Dios.
Good afternoon. My name is Sylvia. I'm going to translate for Rolando Franco. My name is Rolando Franco. I'm a member of SAGE. I have resided in Los Angeles for 30 years. I moved out from where I used to live for 10 years after the landlord sent me an eviction notice. I decided to move out from that unit because the place was falling apart due to lack of repairs and it was infested with roaches. The landlord was so vicious that he proceeded to sue me 3 months later for regular wear and tear of the unit. I had to defend myself without a lawyer, and I only had a friend who interpreted for me because I couldn't afford an attorney. I won my case in court. The place I live in now is also lacking certain repairs, and it has mice and roaches. The owner knows about it, but won't do anything. Since I have been living there for 7 years, I now pay $13.25 for a 1-bedroom, but the owner is renting me the closet as a 2nd bedroom. Since he is remodeling the next door apartment and plans to rent it for $1,800, I know that soon he will want to do the same with my apartment, and I will be needing a lawyer. Please give us the right to a lawyer now.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Are you Mr. Cabrera?
Yes. Buenas tardes a todos.
Bienvenidos.
A todas y a todos, perdón. Mi nombre es José Félix Cabrera. Soy residente del área de MacArthur Park y voluntario de Inquilinos Unidos. Pido que se apoye el presupuesto y se agregue 5 millones para proveer a inquilinos en peligro de situación de calle. La situación cada día está siendo más difícil. Hay familias viviendo con sus niños en los carros. Y yo creo que esto es injusto. Tenemos que trabajar todos juntos para que sea la situación más mejor.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jose Felix Cabrera. I am a community member in the MacArthur Park area and an Inquilinos Unidos member. I am here to ask that you approve the budget and create this program with $5 million to provide attorneys for tenants at risk of homelessness. The situation of homelessness in our community is very daunting, with families with children living in cars, and all because of lack of representation. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Did I miss anyone? I think that's all the names I had on my list. So thank you all very much for your participation and for your comments. Members, before we get to the list, I'll do this probably at greater length at a later point in the hearing when the rack-up comes back and we talk further about next steps. But I do think that we can't say often enough, thank you. Thank you to the members of this committee, to our staffs, to the staffs of the departments, to the staffs of the CAO, the CLA, and the mayor's office. This has been an unprecedented decade in the history of the city of Los Angeles. And none of the five of us was here in 2008, well, in this capacity anyway, in 2008, when the collective bargaining agreements were approved, when the mayor and the council foresaw that the sky was the limit and there was nothing but blue skies ahead, and that the market would continue to go up and revenues would continue to come in. And we know that the economic world collapsed shortly after that. Revenues collapsed, and this city was literally facing bankruptcy. The former mayor of Los Angeles told the Wall Street Journal that bankruptcy was inevitable for the city of Los Angeles. We should just rip the Band-Aid off and get it out of the way. That was for Mayor Reardon. So it was really through the work of this committee and all of the other folks that I mentioned that we were able to come back from that darkest of dark times and build a budget that is, for the most part, balanced, but still, even now, 9 years later, still has a structural deficit. And the mayor was correct, I think, in pointing out that this is the first time in recent memory where we're projecting to out years and seeing a balanced budget in the out years. But we all have to take into account, too, this does not take into account any raises that might happen for our employees during the course of the fiscal year. It doesn't take into account the increase that we're likely going to have on our pension obligations because of the actuarial changes that were mentioned by the various pension funds about people living longer. It doesn't take into account the literally hundreds of millions of dollars of existing deficit in services that there still are in departments. I mean, I think we should be very proud of the work that we've done in creating efficiencies and saving money, but that has come, as we all know, at the painful expense of people and services. And so just in the reports that we've gotten back today, I mean, if you just look really quickly, if you just take ITA, general services, rec and parks, and police civilians, we're just those four categories leaves us still over 1,200 positions short of where we were in the recession, before the recession. It leaves us $168 million short of the basic service levels that we were providing just a decade ago. So I think, that's sobering to think of. We have a lot to be proud of because the result of all that has been we are now a more sustainable city. We have a strong reserve. We have a strong budget stabilization fund that didn't even exist 10 years ago. So in many ways, we're better able to weather the next financial storm, and that's great. But the people of this city have a right to expect that we restore services to the point that we can keep our parks clean, that we can pave our streets, that we can keep people safe on the roads, that we can provide a level of patrol in our neighborhoods that will combat crime, that will have prompt response time by our fire department so that people don't die of heart attacks because of delays. Those are some of the basic things that this city must do. And we need to make this the time when we start ourselves on the path towards that service restoration. We've talked about this for a long time. We haven't been able to. Well, now we're positioned, I think, where over the course of the next several years, we can begin rebuilding some of these very basic services. But members, it's going to take continued commitment to that goal. It's going to take continued investment in basic services of this city, and we're going to have to do that with continuing limited resources. Because I think what we're going to find today is, as we prioritize the things that we would like to ask for in our reports back, however narrow we make that list, I have a feeling that when the CLA's office does their work, they're going to come back and they're going to say, we regret to tell you that it's impossible to fund all of the things that this committee wants to fund. So we need to be about doing the hard business of making very hard choices among very, very many great options. We have lots of things we could spend money on, most of which are really important to the people of this city or to some of the people of this city. And we cannot yet do it all. We cannot yet even get back to where we were before the recession. So I always feel like my job here is to be Debbie Downer a little bit because I am the budget chair and that is my job. But I want us to start this discussion about prioritization with those factors in mind. All of the good things that we want to do need to be in the context of committing ourselves to restoring basic services and to hiring people back into this city workforce that can do the work that our constituents depend upon us to do. So I just want to start off with that comment. Any other comments I'd welcome before we begin. And then I think you've all been kind of given the heads up that what we're going to do as we prioritize this is indicate which are our very top priorities and then kind of rank them. And then we'll be able to get a numerical sense of where our consensus is as a committee so that we can give the CLA a little bit more guidance on what we want, what we really want, what we really, really want, and what we absolutely must have. And those are, I don't think there's going to be very many things on this memo list that all of us say, that's a terrible idea, we shouldn't do that. So we are going to have to pick and choose among things that we want and that we need. So with that, Mr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your framing comments, your sobering framing comments. Not to double down on the downer, but there's a point I wanted to make. Our challenge of just getting back to where we were 10 years ago is, as you illustrated, huge. And the problem is that even if we got back to where we were 10 years ago, it wouldn't be enough to suit the moment. Because 10 years ago, while the climate crisis was looming, most of us weren't as aware of it, and it wasn't as acute, and we couldn't count it within a number of years before our children will graduate from college when the moment of reckoning comes. You know, a decade ago, there weren't tents in every neighborhood in Los Angeles. And a decade ago, housing insecurity wasn't as great, and the inequality of income in Los Angeles wasn't as great. And as we've seen, people are more, call it awake, call it woke, to the injustices in the world, and are standing up and asking us to be a part of the solution when around the world, particularly in Washington, things are falling apart. And so I think our task is twice as hard, because it's going back to everything we used to do, plus all of these new challenges that we face. But thank you for framing it.
Thank you. All right. Anything else, members? Okay. So what I'm going to do is, before we start calling the departments up, I'm going to go through the list and indicate those reports where I would suggest no action for a variety of reasons. It might be because the memo itself doesn't call for a specific action. It might be because it's there's an opportunity to fund this position in a different way. It might be for a variety of reasons, but you're welcome, as I say, to call anything special that you'd like. I'm just trying to pare down the list a little bit so we can focus on the larger things that we're going to have to discuss. So this will be in departmental order, but we don't need to have the department heads come up just yet. So 128 for the Department of Aging is an informational-only report. I'd recommend no action. Items for Animal Services, items 179 and 195. I'd recommend no action on those items.
Can I ask that 179 be called special?
Yes. For Cannabis Regulation, items 58, 146, 171, and 181. I would recommend no action on those, and some of those, the discussion of some of those results would be rolled into our discussion of item number 106.
Yeah, 106 covers everything. Pretty
Yeah,
much.
so 106 we will certainly hear. Mr. Kretz.
Can I ask that we call 146 special?
Okay. Okay. For the CIEP, items 99 and 153, I'd recommend no action.
And what was the second one? And then what?
99 and 153. Just for the record, you'll note that plenty of these are my reports back to, so just there's no. I guess I didn't want it as bad as I thought I wanted it. For the CAO, I'd recommend no action on my report back on item 9. For the city attorney, I recommend no action on item number 6. It was informational. For the controller, I recommend no action on item 98. For cultural affairs, I'd recommend no action on items 92, 97, and 115.
I'd like to call 97.
Which one?
Mr. Price called 97 special. For disability, I'd recommend no action on item 116. For EWDD, I'd recommend no action on items 2 and 18. For EMD, I'd recommend no action on 132, 140, and 190. Then for finance, I recommend no action on item 11. And maybe, Mr. Blumenfield, I should say no action today, but that's certainly important for future consideration. And for fire, I'd say I'd recommend no action on number 12, 78, 79, 80, 87, and 119. Mr. Kretz.
I'd like to ask that we call 87 special.
87? 87 for fire, okay. On the GCP, I'd ask that we take no action on item 57, 74, 91, and 107.
I'd like to call 57 special.
57, okay. Yes, Mr. Kretz.
I missed it. Did you include 107 or did you?
I did include 107 for no action, yeah.
I'd like to ask that we call it special.
Oh, you know what? Actually, you're right. I'm sorry. That's my oversight. We should have. That's a simple change. I don't know if I said this, but for GCP also 138. That was an informational report. For general services, I'd recommend no action on 109 and 110 and 156. Okay. For LASA, I'd recommend no action on items 5, 13, 38, 39, 40, 45, 72, 89, and 129.
I'd like to call 89 special. And 38, unless we're going to discuss it under, I know it's listed, the right to counsel under a couple different.
Yeah, we're not going to ignore that issue.
Yeah.
But there's some with specific instructions and some that don't. But we can lump them all together, so that's fine.
Cool.
Did you want to call 38?
Yeah, I was also going to ask that we call 38 and 40 special.
38 and 40.
And I'll add 5 to the list.
I'm sorry, Ms.
Number 5.
Number 5. Okay, so if I could just ask my staff to remind me these related reports, let's take them up together because I may not be able to keep track of everything that's related. So number 5 for Mr. Blumenfield, okay. Then for HSID, I'd recommend no action on 24 and 41. Then skipping ahead to ITA, I'd recommend no action on item 117, which is the just for the record, the $49 million that ITA estimates it needs to spend just to bring itself back to basic level of functioning in this city and meeting infrastructure repair requests. We'll take no action on that. Skipping ahead to the library, I'd recommend no action on item 83.
Call that special.
Okay. There's a report 182 from the mayor, which I think was primarily informational, so we'll take no action on that one. For neighborhood empowerment, I'd ask that we take no action on 71 or 105, which is actually all we have for neighborhood empowerment. So if nobody wants to call those special, neighborhood empowerment, thanks for coming down. That brings us to personnel, and I'd ask that we take no action on 32. That brings us next to planning.
Mr.
Yes.
Chair,
Uh-huh.
was 32 mostly informational, or was that that encompass some of the requests that I made for additional items to create efficiencies?
32.
46 looks to be that as well.
Councilmember, we view that as informational, sir.
That's my report. My notes indicate that it was informational. Personnel reports that additional staff resources provided in the proposed budgets will allow them to reduce the vacancy rates in the departments and so on. But if after you look at that, if you want to make a specific recommendation, we can certainly take that up. Okay. I read personnel, right? I did just say the personnel numbers? Okay. Okay, so planning, I would recommend no action on 68 and 122. Oh, I'm sorry, and also 201. And for police, I would recommend no action on 145, 160, 165, 166, 177, 178, and 196.
I'd like to ask that we call 196 special.
196, okay. Moving then ahead to the Board of Public Works, I'd ask that we take, or I'd recommend that we take no action on 192 and 199.
I'd like to call 192 special.
Okay.
I'd like to call 199 special.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I think you missed the OPA before Public Works. We had one item, item 143.
No.
Okay, we didn't say it's in. Okay,
If I don't mention it, it's still in.
got it.
Okay. Con Ed, I'd recommend no action on item 52. It's informational. For Bureau of Engineering, I'd recommend no action on items 14, 47, 50, 60, 64, 86, 94, and 151. Oh, and 204.
I'd like to call number 14 special.
14, okay.
Did you say 94 or not?
I did.
I'd like to call 94 special.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Moving ahead to sanitation, the Bureau of Sanitation, I recommend no action on items 16, 17, 19,
Special 19, please.
And 16 special, please.
Okay. So that was, okay, so 16 special, 17, 19 special, 21, 22, 26.
22 special.
Which one?
22?
Yes, please.
Okay. 26, 27, 28, and 56.
I'd like to call 27 and 56 special.
Okay. That moves us to street services. And I'd recommend no action on items 25, 172, and that's it for street services.
I'd like to call 172 special.
Okay. All right, for Rec and Parks, I'd recommend no action on item 36, 102, 104, and 127. Oh, I'm sorry, and there's more. 157, 158,
Special, please.
159, 168, 169, and 170.
I ask that 102 be called special.
102? Yes, sir. Thank you. I like that idea too. And I did get 158 for Mr. Price, yes. Okay, so that takes us next to DOT, and I'd recommend no action on item 49, 51, 75, and 76.
I ask that we call 51 special.
51, yes. And then on the UB, on the unappropriated balance, and I know we'll be... This is captured in a different report, is it not? Yes, so that's the reason I have that recommendation. So recommend no action. I'm sorry, I'm thinking out loud. The 188 on the climate change emergency projects, that's captured in a different report. We will take that up. It's just that this particular, I mean, we can just lump this in with whatever the other report is, Anna. Just remind me when we get to it. But it was just duplicative of something else. So And that's it. That's all I have.
Mr. Chair, could I ask a question?
Yes.
You don't need to answer right now, but not to be pessimistic, but my suspicion is there's a good chance we will not be done by 7 p.m. In order to accommodate either childcare tonight or scheduling in the morning, if you could give us some thought and let us know what your inclination is going to be, whether we just continue tonight or reconvene later.
So my usual inclination, if it were any other meeting than this one, I would say we'd be fine in continuing it until tomorrow. But I suspect the CLA is really going to need every minute of every day that they have allotted to them to do the rack-up. So I would just urge us to move expeditiously. And if there are conversations we'd like to have that can wait and don't directly affect expenditures in 2019, 2020, let's please wait. Because otherwise we don't have a chance. And the less time that we give the CLA to do their work, the less likely they are to be able to come up with a rack-up that reflects our priorities.
I concur.
So,
Thank
you very much for raising the point. Okay, so we can go ahead and begin then with the Department of Aging. And so I think, members, in the interests of time, rather than hearing anything about these reports, we have them before us. I don't think they need to be presented in any way. What I'll do is go through numerically and just throw out a recommendation to start the discussion, and then I open it up to whatever suggestions you all might have to make as well, if that makes sense. So we'll start with item 121. This had to do with additional requests and the new mini multi-purpose center. I'd recommend that we add 9 months funding for the administrative clerk position and allocate $562,872 in program costs for continuation of the older worker employment program as an annual ongoing program. And then the other thing we should do is if you all agree with my recommendation, that's great. If you don't, we can come up with something else, and then we need to put a priority on it. So if you can we'll have to go and kind of vote which is 1, which is 2, which is 3 level priority, and so on. Mr. Kretz.
So the way we're doing this is anything that we think is a priority that we should at least consider, we're going to call it out and then attach a priority number 1 through 5 to it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So I'm going to state my recommendation, and that'll be just the basis for discussion. If you want to do something different than my recommendation, I take no offense whatsoever. I've just tried to come up with a structure so that we can start the dialogue. Mr. Blumenfield. Yeah.
Process question. In terms of priorities, in order to make them tethered in something, are we limiting the number of 1s and or 2s?
So not the number of 2s, but
and or 3s, or
no, I'm not going to be that prescriptive. But my suggestion, and this is only a suggestion, of course, you all have a vote. You can do whatever you want. But in order for us to give actual guidance to the CLA, what happened last year, as you'll recall, Mr. Blumenfield and Mr. Price, you didn't get to witness this, but when we got to the point of actually prioritizing what we wanted to get done, we said we gave high priority an A, and then next priority a B, and lower priority a C, and about 95% of the things we considered got an A. So that was, grading on a curve in the worst possible way. It was grade inflation of the worst kind. And so when we gave that list to the CLA, they had absolutely no real sense of determining what we really, held as the most important thing. So if only 10% of our requests can get funded, let's say, or 5%, they really need to be able to differentiate among the things that are imperative and those things that we would like if funding happens to become available. 2 very different concepts. So the 1s, if you rank something as a 1, I would recommend, 10, 12 or so, not many more than that, priorities.
Yeah,
Your
I mean,
your
ideally we
district
have all
speci-
the same number of those. Otherwise,
I'd say
it
12.
creates a gamesmanship situation, and
Yeah.
you want to
No,
have.
I think 12 ones. And, those are the things, we're going to be discussing the things of citywide importance. There may be little one-off small items that impact your district, and we can, those are not necessarily the things of citywide importance. We can consider those, differently. But for the citywide importance things that are going to have impact on the budget, those are the ones that we really have to be disciplined about selecting what are truly our highest priorities. Okay, so again, so for 121, I'd recommend adding 9 months funding for the administrative clerk, $562,872 in program costs for the older worker employment program as an annual ongoing program, and that change needs to be made so that they don't have to come back every year and ask for it again. So any objection to that recommendation? Seeing none, okay. Rankings for that one. I gave it a 2.
Two as well.
2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay, straight 2s. Item 174, aging. This has to do with increasing funding for services for homeless seniors. My recommendation would be that we allocate 6 months funding for each of the positions. The senior management analyst 2, 2 admin clerks, and 1 LEAP social worker 1. The general fund impact of that recommendation would be $994,789. And any objection to that recommendation? Seeing none. Priorities?
2.
2.
2.
2.
2. 2. I give it a 3. That brings us to item 42, animal services.
Councilmember
10.
Corey?
Yes.
We had just a quick question for clarification here.
Yes.
When you say you wanted the 6 months funding for each position, did you also mean the direct funding for the LEAP program and the Tier 1 senior case management, all of the other
Senior management analyst 2, 2 admin clerks, and 1 LEAP social worker 1.
Right, but there were other requests besides those positions as well in this letter. So are you also recommending approval for that?
Or if you could just say make it 3 vet techs.
For those?
Probably the latter.
Doesn't... I don't want to have to go back and cross-compare with each of the reports. This is my recommendation. I don't... Now you've got me concerned that this dollar amount matches those positions.
No, the 991,000 that's written in our memo, that also not only includes the position funding, but also the 375,000 for the Tier 1 multi-purpose senior centers, and the 160 for the Tier 2, and the 50,000 for the transportation cost for the Tier 1 multi-purpose centers.
Okay, so then we'll need to adjust the dollar amount. My recommendation is only as to the positions.
That'll be a 3 on that.
Thank you. Thanks for that clarification.
I'm a 3 on that.
Okay, number 42, animal services, 10 additional veterinary technicians. This memo and several other memos are related and somewhat overlap, but my recommendation would be to approve 10 veterinary technician positions and allocate 6 months funding for those. And that would come to a general fund impact of $599,312.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Is there any way to group some of these? Because, I mean, honestly, about four or five of these animal services would be a 1 for me, but I'm not sure I would make all 5 a 1 compared to the entire budget.
I think that it'd be kind of hard to do that. I mean, can you differentiate the?
I would.
Unless there's overlap of what they're covering.
Crazy thing is, he ranked that a 4, you know. But you could say, how about 3 vet tax, and I'll rank it a 1. You know what I
Not
mean?
exactly, but it's relatively modest dollar items that are all fairly necessary, and some that will actually bring in more than we expend. So I don't know if there's a way I can group 3 or 4, or identify one like the canvassers, which we expect will be a net positive.
I don't know how we can do that. You mean just in terms of sort of minimizing the number of times you have to say 1? Is that,
Well, I mean, I could use up all my ones on animal
Right,
services,
right.
and while they are a high priority, I'm not sure that 7 items in animal services would be my citywide priority.
Right.
Do 2 or 3.
You know, I don't have a good answer to how to do that. There's no science to this as it is. I think once we start down the road of broadening that out.
Yeah, I'd say I would be in the same situation with DOT or LASA, but some of them are going to be 2s and 3s.
Right. Yeah, because otherwise again, we're not going to give respectful guidance to the CLA. Doesn't mean...
Is there any way we can remove animal licensed canvassers and consider that as an item which would in all likelihood have no net costs?
That's number 1 for you.
Because we expect to bring in animal licenses in amounts that should cover the cost of the canvassers and provide a lot of additional value.
Yes. In fact, as to that one, because I think you're right, I think it is the expectation that one actually will likely be revenue producing rather than a revenue impact. So, you know,
I think I think we have a different category for revenues that are coming in that you're not the ones are for expenditures, but we're all going to agree on revenues coming in.
Right. You don't need to waste a 1 on that. And
Right.
if something is like in this case, which we expect to be revenue producing, I think we can just vote yes on that.
But you can link the canvassers to that revenue and maybe link the 2 of them together.
Right.
I think that's what you're suggesting.
If we can do that, and assuming there are 1 for everybody at a cost-free item.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, frankly, if it's cost-free and it produces revenue, or it has a net revenue impact, it doesn't even need to be that high of a priority. If it produces revenue, I think we're all going to be supportive. So, okay, I've kind of lost track of where I left off.
Just the beginning.
You're at the vet techs.
Yes, the 10 vet techs. So my recommendation was to approve the 10 technician positions with 6 months of funding. Any objection? Okay, and Mr. Blumenfield.
Well, I don't know what you're going to rank it at. My only point there was I think that's really important. If you're ranking it low, then I would say, well, as a higher priority, approve at least 5 at a higher priority. There's some flexibility here in terms of it's a critically important. I'd love to see all 10, but if you're talking that if that's going to get cut, I'd rather see at least some as a higher priority. But maybe that's for the next round. So.
And I think the CLA, takes notes carefully of the things we talk about like that, and is usually pretty good about coming back with those sorts of recommendations. Well, if you want to do this, at a lesser amount.
Right.
So
I just don't want to lose that item because it's too big an ask when we have gradations within there to go if we need to. But
personally, I'm not basing my rankings on how much money it is. It's more what's mission critical and what isn't. What is less mission critical. Everything is mission critical. So 6 months funding, 10 veterinary tech positions. If there's no objection to that recommendation, I'd rank that as a 2 priority. Mr. Kretz is a 1.
A reluctant 2 because, like I said, I can't make everything in animal services a 1.
Okay.
But I like Mr.
3.
Mr. Blumenfield's suggestion.
Okay. So 3 for Mr. Bond and 4 for Mr. Price. Mr. Blumenfield? 2. Okay. Number 73. The administrative clerk for the ACE program. I'd recommend that we include 9 months funding to support the addition of that clerk position. If there's no objection, I rank that a 3.
4.
4 for Mr. Bonin. 3 for Mr. Price.
2.
2 for Mr. Blumenfield. 2 for Mr. Kratz. Thank you. Okay, we're hitting a rhythm here, guys. Okay, 144, Animal Services, Animal License Canvassers. That's the one we discussed. This, I believe, will be revenue producing. I'd recommend that we approve the positions for the 4 Animal License Canvassers with 9 months funding. With the vehicles and maintenance, I think the department indicated that they can repurpose other vehicles. Is that right? To my staff who discussed this, is that right? So that we don't need a funding recommendation on the vehicles because they're able to repurpose existing vehicles, or do they need the vehicles as well? Okay, you know what? 9 months funding for the positions and 4 vehicles and maintenance. I rank that as a 1 priority. If they can save money by repurposing vehicles, great. Let them do that. So I have that as a 1, and I think we all did because we decided that's likely a revenue-producing addition. Is that right?
So we're not even ranking it, we're just doing it.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not wasting our 1s.
Okay, as long as you're not taking my 1, I'm good.
Yeah, okay.
All on the same.
Okay, so, and thank you for respecting that limitation, guys. Item 200, this is so small that I don't think we should waste our 1s on it. I think this is another one that we should just approve. It's $2,000. So if there's no objection to that, we'll go ahead and approve that one. Item 203 is the animal care technicians. And my recommendation would be to approve 6 animal care technicians and 9 months funding. And again, with the strong encouragement to animal services to utilize the TLH program to fill those positions. There's no objection to proceeding with that. I prioritize that as a 2.
2.
We're on number 203. Okay, so we have 2, 4 for Mr. Price.
3.
3 for Mr. Bonin. All right, moving to 205, the Public Information Officer 1. The recommendation is to add the Public Information Officer 1 position authority with 6 months funding. Excuse me. Mr. Kretz?
Just a point, although I don't think it's in some ways as critical as animal license canvassers, I think this is anticipated to have a significant positive impact on fundraising. So it also very well may produce a net income for the department.
Okay. It may. I think it's a little more speculative than with the canvassers. I rank that one a 3.
I rank that at 2.
Okay.
2.
2 for Mr. Blumenfield, 3 for Mr. Price. Mr. Bonin on number 205?
3.
PIO, 3. Item 205, I'm sorry, that was 205. 206 is the Sterilization Fund. My recommendation would be to add $500,000 to the unappropriated balance for animal services, which would be available based on ongoing review through the year of the utilization rate and where they stand with the existing fund. And I would, rank that as a 2.
I'd rank that as a 1. I think this will be devastating to all our efforts if this doesn't pass in terms of reducing our overpopulation and increased cost of the shelters.
Okay.
I agree as a 1. I think this is actually going to save us a lot of money. It's going to cost us money if we don't do it. So I'll put it as a 1.
Okay.
3.
Okay, so we have 2 1s, 2 2s, and a 3 on that. Okay, that brings us to building and safety. Item number 90. That's fine, but I'm not. Oh, you took the green off for once. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, so, sorry, for building and safety, on item number 90, my recommendation would be to provide the department with time to report back with an actual cost analysis implementing an inspector certification program and any legal issues involved in using the department's enterprise fund to produce such a study. And if there's no objection to that, that has no impact, so that will be the action of the committee. On 142, this deals with position requests from the department's letter, and that's my recommendation would be to approve the positions and funding for the requested positions. That would be the 2 positions for new construction signs inspection, 3 positions for structural plan check, 1 graphic designer, and 1 management analyst. So my recommendation would be to approve all of those positions from the Building and Safety Building Permit Enterprise Fund. Is there any objection to that? And again, since that doesn't impact the general fund, if there's no objection to that, then that will be the action of the committee to approve that recommendation. All right, that brings us to cannabis regulation. So on item number 106, as of now, the department still has about $1.5 million that was allocated to it in the current fiscal year for the social equity program, unspent. The proposed budget provides $1.5 million for the social equity program. So I would recommend that the existing funding in this fiscal year be rolled forward into next fiscal year, added to the amount that the mayor has proposed in the current budget. For the social equity program. So that would bring us to 3. Sorry, I'm trying to do my math here as I talk. So whatever remains of the 1.5 at the end of this fiscal year would be rolled forward into, because I think Ms. Packer mentioned when we were talking about this that it would be difficult to spend all of that money by the end of the fiscal year. Whatever remains would be rolled forward into the current fiscal year, into the next fiscal year, and then $1.5 million is already in the budget, in the mayor's budget for next year.
Was there some issue with the rollover money couldn't be used for licensing? Is that going to get them what they need, is the question? Because there was some issue about that money not having more restrictions on it for some reason. Maybe Kat would know.
May I have the opportunity to clarify?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking for you out in the audience, and you'd already beat me to it. I was wondering, where is
Camouflage.
Thank you. Yes, could you please?
Thank you, Budget and Finance Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to clarify. This council voted in adoption of a budget policy to fund $3 million specifically for a business licensing and compliance assistance program.
The 1.5 that was allocated back in April out of the UB was specifically dedicated for a fee deferral program, a social equity analysis, and education and outreach related to the social equity program. So even if we were to move over and carry the 1.5 that was allocated out of the UB in April, there would still be a deficit of the budget policy of for 1.5 million, and that is what we are seeking out of the general fund today.
And I'd recommend approval of that request, and I'd give that a 1.
Okay, so Mr. Price.
I would also support that as a 1.
So I'm sorry, Ms. Packer, walk me through this. How much of the 1.5 for this fiscal year do you have right now that's not been spent?
We have the total 1.5. The challenge is that that entirety of the 1.5 has been dedicated specifically to a fee deferral program,
right,
expanded social equity analysis, and outreach and education related to the social equity program. This council has adopted a budget policy for $3 million specifically for business licensing and compliance assistance. The mayor's proposed budget allocates a total of $1.5 million for business licensing and compliance assistance, and we are asking that this committee support an additional 1.5 general fund allocation to allow us to have the total $3.3 million for our business licensing and compliance assistance program.
Okay, yes, Mr. Kretz.
So the 1.5 for this year is for a different purpose. I presume part of the instruction to roll that over for that purpose would be helpful, because I don't think that's in the budget.
Correct.
So we both want to roll over the 1.5 and add the additional 1.5 to the 1.5 allocated in this year's budget.
Correct. That would be my request.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
And
All
that's what, so far we have 2 1s, and I'll make it a 2.
I would make that a 2 as well, but I'll go along with that recommendation as well.
Good. Tell them to be as 2 as well. 2.
2? Thank you. Okay, don't go anywhere as long as you're here. So that brings us to 146. I had that as an informational report, but I think Mr. Kretz called that one special. That deals with the emblem.
And I don't know if we have a cost or if we're certain that we need it. So if it was allocated, we'd certainly want it to go to the UB, because there is still a possibility that the county, which has moved at a pace of a disabled snail in terms of providing these emblems, could actually take the lead and do what we've been talking with them about. So I don't know what you think of in terms of the chances of our needing to do it, but we have a huge need to do it. It's helped to create a large illegal market of people that want to be as legal as possible, and then they're given no information on which place is legal and which place isn't.
I appreciate the opportunity to comment. In addition to requesting the monies for the social equity program, we also last week requested in front of this committee an additional $750,000 to be dedicated to a public information campaign. Our costs associated with the public information campaign involves the implementation of the emblem program. Because there are conversations right now as to whether or not the state of California or the county would be implementing the program, we are not assuming costs associated with distributing those particular emblems, but there are costs associated with a critical education campaign, so that folks actually, when they see the emblem, know what it is to symbolize. So costs associated with the emblem program are in and a part of our ask for an additional $750K to be used for our public information campaign and as a part of the city's larger enforcement strategy.
Is there a way to separate it out?
So we have not done a budget specifically for an educational campaign related just to the emblem program. Our public information campaign, as proposed before this committee, would include the emblem program, information and risks associated with attending and visiting unlicensed facilities, information about our complaint portal. We've packaged this budget as a comprehensive educational campaign, and so at this point we do not have a bifurcated or separated educational campaign specifically for the emblem.
So if it's covered in two different places, I'll ask that we withdraw the 146 request.
Okay, thank you. Well, for another day, it's okay. All right, anything else on cannabis regulation? I think that covers the reports that we have. Thank you.
Thank you.
That brings us to 63, the CIEP. So on this one, I'd like to ask that we instruct the CAO to work with Council District 7 on securing supplemental funding to reduce the remaining shortfall on the Verdugo Hills Pool facility through special funds and discretionary monies that might be able to be spent on that project. And I'd like that to be an instruction of this committee to the CAO. Without objection, that'll be the action. On number 70, this is the citywide maintenance and improvements program. So on this one, I'd ask that we restore full funds to avoid adverse impacts to city operations as indicated in that report. I would give that a 2 priority. That's $1 million. On 70, yes. Okay. So Mr. Price is a 1.
Yeah.
2 for me.
Blumenfield, Kretz, Krikorian are 2. Mr. Bonin?
3.
Mr.
Yeah, I'll give it a 2.
2.
Out of the peer pressure.
Okay. And then dropping down to number 126, this is the Hollywood, New Hampshire pedestrian tunnel. I'd recommend that we approve $200,000 in general fund funding for the pedestrian tunnel project. And I would rank that as a 2.
2.
Three.
We're on. That's number 126. So we have 2 2s and 3 3s. That brings us to the city attorney, the neighborhood prosecutors, report number 7. I'd recommend that we add the positions to the city attorney's budget. If there are any available funds that can support this budget request, 6 months funding should be identified and appropriated to the city attorney's salary account. And I would rank that as a 3.
Yeah. Rank it as a 2.
I'm a big fan of this. I'm going to make it a 1.
Okay.
3.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 3, 3. Number 8, the city attorney, the service impact of the city's salary reduction. I'd recommend that we add $1.5 million to the city attorney's budget to partially offset the salary reduction proposed in the mayor's proposed budget.
I'm sorry, could you repeat
Yes.
which one you're under?
It's number 8. This is a reduction of the salary savings, or salary reduction, rather, proposed in the mayor's budget. And I'd recommend that we add $1.5 million to the city attorney's budget to partially offset that salary reduction. I'd rank that as a 3.
Rank it as a 2.
So we have a 3, 2, 3, 3, 4. 32334. 32334. For the city clerk's office, item number 149. I'd recommend that we approve the requested positions and 9 months funding and instruct the CLA to change the one-time budget reduction of $280,000 from various accounts to the salaries general account. This has to do with the Programmer Analyst 2 and Public Information Director for the clerk. And I'd rank that as a 2. If there's no objection to proceeding with that recommendation.
3.
2, 3, 2,
3.
3, and this is item 149, Mr. Price. 3 for Mr. Price. Okay, the Controller's Office, report number 96. As there is a currently authorized position that can be filled, I'd recommend that that position be filled with the currently authorized position.
This number 96?
Number 96, yeah.
Great.
So if there's no objection, it'll... Okay. So that brings us to... I'm sorry, did we... I think we might have skipped one of yours, Mr. Kratz.
Which one? I might have missed it.
3. Matt, did we skip one of Mr. Kratz's specials? 79.
Okay.
79?
Excuse me. We're just trying to get clarification. Is that for the special investigator position? I'm sorry. Is that for the controller's office?
Yes, for the special investigator 2.
Okay. We don't have that authority right now, so is it using an existing authority? Is that the recommendation?
You
Or is
don't
that
already have an authorized position for that?
No, we don't. We have one and it's filled.
We're asking for one.
We're asking for an additional.
One more.
Okay. Okay, well then, if that's the case, I'd recommend that we go ahead and fill that position. The special investigator 2, it's one position.
So we would need to get an additional authority
Right.
for that. Okay,
Right, with the authority, with the position authority.
great.
And I'd rank that as a 3.
I think that is a 2.
3.
3, 2, 3, 3, 3. 3, Mr. Bonner?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Is that it for the controller? Okay,
I
great.
think so, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Matt, can you just check to see if we skipped that one, please? I'm going to
And-
keep going.
And I think you might have skipped 179, but
Okay.
it's pretty similar to 142, so I would accept whichever recommended the most veterinary technicians between the two.
That's the reason, because they were related, yeah.
I assume unless they were ones for everybody, we're not going to approve 2 items for more vet
Right,
techs.
so because that was a one-off, it would already be subsumed with the larger group of veterinary technicians, right?
Right, so whichever one had the most veterinary technicians,
Yeah.
I would presume we would
And
make
that's
that.
what we already recommended, so good. That's why we skipped it, thank you. Okay. All right, that brings us to Cultural Affairs, report number 93. And so this is a significant expenditure for the Madrid theater that Mr. Blumenfield raised. And my recommendation regrettably, is not to use general fund.
Yeah, okay, before you make a recommendation,
But go right ahead,
yeah,
please. No.
Which is, I think, it's first off, I think it's critical that we open this theater. This is a theater that was going out of business that we as a city acquired using CRA money, and it's part of the establishment of the cultural hub in Canoga Park. And if we don't do something to get it up and running, it will the whole cultural hub could fall apart. But the $4 million to renovate, I think, seems a little excessive, and I think that maybe they misunderstood the ask and they went for the gold of what would it take to renovate this place. I'd like to at least fund the minimum to get it open so that it doesn't break faith with the community, and it doesn't lay dormant. And surely it was operating as a theater before we acquired it. Yeah, we might have to fix the bathrooms to make them ADA accessible or something like that. I understand $4 million would make it beautiful, but I'd like us to fund the minimum. I mean, I'd like the maximum, but I'd like us to at least do the minimum that would allow us to keep the theater open, because otherwise it really breaks faith with the millions of dollars we spent to acquire it and the whole concept of the cultural hub.
Is there any way we can quantify that at this point, or is that
I would have to ask
report
them.
back?
We'd be happy to report back. At this time, we're still working with GSD and Bureau of Engineering to get an estimate on what the repairs will be.
But at the very least, you can get us a range, like the minimum range of what it takes to just get the doors open. Doesn't have to be pretty, but just to keep it going.
So can we ask that you get that report back to this committee so that when we take up the rack up, we can also consider that report? And if I might add, Mr. Blumenfield, you may, I suspect you're already way ahead of me on this, but is it possible to utilize any of the remaining redevelopment funds to be able to help?
Maybe we could leverage some of those. I don't think there's enough, given it's all been allocated. It might be able to reallocate some of it. So this could be a leveraging situation. If we get the basics, then maybe we can add on to it and get the piano or the other things through the CRA. But so it's not. We got to get something. But then the question is, how do we might be able to add to it?
Okay, so let's sort of hold that one on the desk for the time being, and then Mr. Blumenfield, if you could work with Cultural Affairs to try to develop that.
I recognize $4 million at this point in time is a large add, but I don't want to see this theater vacant. So
makes sense. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. Can we
comment with relation to anything that comes back? So if it comes back after we've presented the rack up to you, it could throw it out of balance.
Understood.
So to the extent that anything that you request come back, it needs to come back soon so that it could be incorporated as part of the rack up. If you can indicate your relative priority, we will try to take that into consideration as we try to put the rack up together.
Understood. And just to make that even clearer, anything that comes back for further action once the rack up comes back here must have a funding source attached to it. In other words, anything that we add, once they've finished the rack up, anything that we want to add after that must say where we're taking the money from, because there won't be any other money.
Maybe they can provide us a placeholder number of what, minimum that you would need to keep the doors open.
I would think somewhere probably between 500,000 and $1 million.
So if we put a placeholder of 500,000 in as just as the ask, and I'll try to work to with whatever remaining CRAs to fund the rest of it. But if we have that much as a base, then maybe we can prevent it from going dormant.
Understood. Okay. Very good. Okay, so then that brings us next to 97. And I think someone had, Mr. Price, did you call that one special?
Yeah, I did. We're, some areas of the city have embraced the mural program more than other areas. Ours is really has become oversubscribed. We've got a lot of murals in the pipeline. We understand that some districts have not used their allocated funds. And so we're seeking to have an allocation of $100,000 to the CD9 portion of this mural fund. and would ask the,
You're not proposing to take it from the other council offices, though, right?
Pardon?
You're not proposing to take it from the other offices, are you?
no, I'd asked the department to come back with a plan. They didn't really have a plan to do that.
Yeah, and that's one of those things where the plan was kind of missing from the report, as I recall, and I think that was why the recommendation was for no action, because we should have the plan. And I think it's, for all of our, or many of our offices, I think this is an important priority. But sometimes when we're asking for so many reports from the departments, they don't have time to really develop the depth of the plan that we had hoped.
Yeah, well, this is a modest request for our office.
So, yeah. So why don't we kind of keep a placeholder for that too? And I know that this is something that you were thinking of 100,000. So put a pin in that one for the moment, and we'll come back and have
Thank
further
you.
discussion about that. Okay. All right, moving on to report number 120, Department of Disability. This deals with the various items included in the department's letter, specifically the Community Program Assistant 1 upgraded to a CPA 2. I'd recommend that we add the funding and positions requested by the department in support of its CASP, HIV and homelessness, staff training and travel, census outreach, Section 508 online training remediation, and the pay grade adjustment for the community program assistant. So I would recommend that we approve those things. Is there any objection to proceeding with that?
No objection.
No. It's 120, right?
Yes, that's that was report number 120, and is that 231,000 that's indicated in there? Is that a general fund impact of 231,000?
Yes, it would be.
It is 231,000. So I would give that ranking of 2.
2 as well.
I think it's a big risk reduction. I think it's really important for the city, so I'm putting it as a 1.
Okay. Okay. So 1 to 2. Mr. Price? Number 120, the requests by the Department on Disability. 3?
2.
2.
Chair?
Yes.
It's a little bit unclear to me, especially with the next 2 that have the exact same wording. I do think it's a very high priority to fund the syringe program to reduce the spread of HIV, but I'm not entirely clear on even what piece that may have come into with 120 plus 134 and 148.
Yeah, you know what? I'm actually a little unclear on the overlap of those reports too. So, because there's some of these, particularly with the HIV prevention, where it seems like it's touched upon by multiple reports. So if you could kind of walk us through that, that would be helpful.
Okay, just to bring to your attention, I think there was a typo on the title for that report. 134. 134 should actually be report back on reinstating a position to serve as public information officer.
That would, yeah.
So there's
My
one,
mistake, sir.
it's 148.
That was a typo on memo 134, the title. But
So 148 is the home of the HIV and homeless syringe program?
Yeah, I see. So in the title itself of 134, the HIV part was replicated in that.
Right.
Yeah, the
Sorry
body
about
of the
that.
report does not deal with that. It deals with the public relations representative.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay. So the the $200,000 in HIV prevention services called for in 148 is all inclusive of the HIV prevention asks of the department.
Correct. And I also want to emphasize that on the previous report, number
120.
120, it substitutes for the, I believe, 60,000 that we're asking for in report 120.
Right. So that 60,000 is the overlap.
Right.
So the dollar cost might come down on number 120 because it's already captured if we approve 148 as well.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. That makes sense?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll get to 148 in a moment, but so we did give the rankings on 120. So 134, my recommendation would be to approve 6 months funding for one principal public relations representative. I'd rank that as a 4. 3 for
Three.
Mr. Blumenfield, 3 for Mr. Kratz, 3 for Mr. Price, 3 for Mr. Bonin. Okay. So for 148, my recommendation would be then for all-encompassing, all-in on the HIV prevention addition to allocate an additional $200,000 to expand the HIV prevention services. I'd rank that as a 2.
I'd rank that as a 1, and I think it's literally life and death expenditure.
Okay.
I think it's incredibly important, but I think it's also where the county has a bigger responsibility. So while I'm going to give it a 3, it's not because I don't think it's incredibly important.
Okay, thank you.
I agree with 3.
Okay. 2. So 3, 1, 2, 3, 2. All right. Thank you. Thank you for being there because that helped to clarify that. So that brings us to EWDD. Report number 1 was my recommendation would be to approve the management analyst position recommended or requested with 6 months funding. And this is to implement the Economic Development Working Group and citywide marketing effort. And I would assign that a ranking of 3. Mr. Kretz?
3.
2. Price. Mr. Price is a 2. So 3, 3, 2.
3.
3 for Mr. Bonin, 3 for Mr. Blumenfield. Thank you. Report number 3 is allocating, my recommendation would be to allocate $100,000 to the UB for the implementation of Day Labor Center census outreach. And the reason that I recommend sending it to the UB is pending a report from EWDD on their specific recommended implementation steps to expend those funds. And I would give that a 2.
2.
Because in the UB, I'll give it a 2, but I want to see the plan, and I think it's important.
Good. 2, 2, 2, 3, 3. Okay. Report number 4, dealing with LA Rise. My recommendation would be to allocate an additional $1 million to the LA Rise program in support of the ABH program. And I would assign that a ranking of 2.
2 as well.
This is report number 4?
Report number 4, yes.
That's a 2.
Okay, so
I'll choose across the board then.
2, 2, 2, 2, and 3 for Mr. Price. Okay, emergency management, 133. This is a request for one assistant general manager. I think clearly, as we heard from the report from the general manager, the need is great at emergency management. It's not clear to me yet that that position must be an assistant general manager, so I would recommend that we approve 6 months funding for a position to oversee community preparedness program and administration and finance sections, and that we approve $40,000 in overtime funding as well. And kind of leave it to the CLA to report back when you report back about whether that position should be an AGM or some other position appropriate to those responsibilities. Yes, Ms. So.
As a suggestion, you might consider putting the money in the unappropriated balance for that position, because I don't think we may have a position description ready for personnel to look at in terms of classification. And then after that, CAO would also need to look at pay grade as well. So just in case it is not an assistant GM level, it may take some additional time for both personnel and CAO to look at it. So if you put it in the UB, that would provide some time to do that.
We'll leave that to you to recommend back in the rack-up.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Do we have any feeling as to whether the really modest dollar amount in overtime is enough to be significant? Or whether that, as long as we're considering it, we should increase that a little bit?
Well, I think that was the amount requested by the department, if I'm not mistaken.
That was, and even if I ask for additional overtime, I do not have the personal resources to do the additional work.
So that amount is
It
accurate?
should, yes. Okay.
Okay, so I rank that as a 3.
2.
That AGM,
I rank it the whole package is a 2.
Yeah, you know what? Because it's the whole package, I'm going to make it a 2 as well. You're right. 2. 2 for Mr. Blumenfield, 2 for Mr. Bond, and 2 for Mr. Price. Okay, that brings us to number 176. And this is emergency management as well. So the current budget includes funding for audio visual upgrades, hardware upgrades, and badge secured door. I'd recommend that we approve $100,000 for actually, I'm going to have to come back to that one. I'm not sure if I got that one right. Let's move ahead to 198. This is the Public Information Director and Emergency Management Coordinator. I'd recommend that we approve those positions and 9 months funding. And I'd rank that as a 3.
2.
2.
3.
2.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Sakian, because I'm kind of shuffling reports and lists and things. Number 176 encompasses funding for the rapid response vehicles, right?
Correct.
As well as upgrades
to the audiovisual systems.
Okay, and so that part of it was $3 million. $100,000 for the vehicles. Do I have that right?
Correct.
Okay, I was right after all. All right. So my recommendation would be to approve those requests. I would rank those as a 3.
3 as well.
3.
2.
4 3s and a 2.
Sorry, can I clarify? Are you approving? Sorry, over here, CEO's office. Are you approving the $3 million and the $100,000?
Yes.
Okay.
2 separate categories of requests, right?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, that brings us to 198. Also, oh, I'm sorry, we just did that one as well. So that's it for emergency management. Thank you. That brings us next to ethics. So report number 20 is a request for 3 management analyst positions. So on that one, I would recommend that we add those positions and ask the CLA to find 6 months of funding. And I would rank that as a 3.
3 as well.
3.
So 3, 3, 3, 3, 4. And by the way, members, raise your hand if the content of my recommendation itself is something you want to vary. These are.
We're not shy.
I know you're not. I know you're not. And I hesitate to encourage that, but
I'm sure I will. I'm just holding it for the big stuff.
Efficiency, yeah,
So far,
keeping your powder dry.
You're doing a good job of I think, expressing our collective will as far as I can see it. So.
Thank you. Mr. Kratz, I'm sorry.
No,
Okay. I thought you were...
I would have just said the same. So.
Okay, great. For report 59, these are the project assistants. I'd ask that we approve those 2 positions and 9 months funding for administrative support for ethics, and I would assign that a 2.
3.
2.
So we have a 2, 3, 2, 4, 4. Okay. Moving right along. We're up to fire department now. Report number 85. This deals with the cadet firefighter program, women and minorities in the fire department. I would recommend that we approve $62,400 in funding for the cadet firefighter program and $200,000 for the fire department's requested organizational study. And I would assign that a number 1 priority.
2.
It's here. No, he's.
It looks like you're
he's up here.
162 I and L. Now, which one are you doing?
No, I'm sorry. This is report 85.
Oh, I see. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So 85, that's the cadet firefighter program and the organizational study to re-examine.
2.
Okay. So Mr. Blumenfield 2, Mr. Kretz 2, I'm a 1, Mr. Price 2, Mr. Bonin 2. Okay. Moving right along. Brush clearance staffing, report number 87. Oh yes, Mr. Kretz, I think you called that one special, did you not?
Yes, and I just took a cursory look, so I may be off. I just wanted to make sure that we fund brush clearance adequately.
So this report, yes, and this report back I requested this because we're contracting a lot of these services. And my goal was to try to find a way that we could contract it back in with full-time city employees doing the work, with targeted local hire doing the work, possibly with our CBOs doing the work or otherwise. And the fire department's report indicated that those options may be not appropriate. I'm not done exploring it. So I consider this a special study back, and I'd like to work more closely with the fire department to see whether or not we can do some of that with our own employees or otherwise avoid the contracting. But there's no action for the current budget that we need to take. We're just not prepared to do it at this point. Okay, that brings us to number 118. This is the report on mental health professional workload and resources for the fire department. My recommendation, members, would be to add a fire psychologist and a senior admin clerk and 9 months of funding in support of the behavioral health support system in the fire department. And I'd assign that a rank of 2.
2.
2.
Mr. Price? 2. So straight 2s. Report number 161 is Cert Training. Sorry. I'm going to get through this. I know I'm going to get through this somehow. Sorry. Fighting a little bit of a cold and the combination of all these days of talking, laryngitis, I guess, as well. But somehow I'm going to get through this. So on this one, I would recommend allocating 9 months funding for 2 additional firefighters for the CERT unit. Call out your rank.
2.
2.
2.
3.
2 3s and 3 2s.
All right, that brings us to report number 162. And this was a blanket report on all of the fire department's requests. So my recommendation would be to approve positions and funding for the BLS rescue ambulances, Senior Arson Investigator Firefighter 3, CAD Support Captain, Fire Inspection Management System Programmer Analyst 5, Oil Well Fire Safety Inspections Fire Inspector 1, Cannabis Enforcement Program Expenses, Standards of Cover Study, the organizational study we already referenced, Youth Program Staffing, Firefighter 3, and the Cadet to Firefighter Program we already referenced.
Just all of it?
I'd recommend that we approve 1 personnel analyst and 1 management analyst without funding. And I'd assign those as a 1.
As would I.
What did you assign?
1.
1, 1.
What did you assign?
1.
Oh, 1's across the board, huh?
2.
I didn't catch what you said, Mr. Bloomfield.
2.
Okay, so 1, 1, 2, 2, and 3.
Can we do 1 minus?
Oh, actually, no, I'm going to go to the 1. I realize some of those things I had as 1s and some of them I had as 2s, so.
Yeah, I'm sort of in there too. So
Use your 1s for the big ticket ones.
That's it. I mean, you lumped them all together, so I'm going to go with the 1.
Okay. Okay. All right, let's start again. Mr. Blumenfield?
And you're lumping all of those together?
We're lumping all of those together.
Okay, then
But
I'm
of course,
1.
the CLA will come back and, sort of tell us that maybe we can do some of these, maybe we can't do some of these, maybe there's a cheaper way to do some of these, and so on. So
there's some of these that are very important to me, and I'll make the group.
well, you know what? Feel free to delineate that, because I think if that gives them more information that we can that they can use as well.
So if you,
so then I'll
if
give
you
you
read
one,
them
but
all
I'll
again, that would maybe help us to do.
Really, Mr. Kretz, you're going to ask me to do that?
If you give me their list, I'll read them.
No, I'll do it. I'll do it.
But I'll just.
God. All right. So BLS rescue ambulances.
To me, that's,
firefighter 3s. That's we're redoing the same thing I just did. So this is 162 still. So BLS rescue ambulances, firefighter 3s. Senior arson investigator, firefighter 3. CAD support captain. Fire inspection management system programmer analyst 5. Oil well fire safety inspections, fire inspector 1. Cannabis enforcement program expenses. Standards of cover. Youth program staffing, firefighter 3. And 1 personnel analyst and 1 management analyst without funding. Mr. Bloomfield.
So I'm going to give that a 1, but I want to just to announce, I think the most important part of that to me is the BLS ambulances and most importantly the senior arson investigator. But I give the group a 1.
Thank you. Mr. Kratz?
Well, I stick with the 2 just because I have too many 1s, but it would be a 2+++.
Okay.
And I think my priorities would be the personnel analyst, the oil well inspector, cannabis, and BLS ambulance. So if I broke it down, those would be 1s, the rest would be 2s.
Okay. Mr. Price?
3.
Okay.
I'm a 1 on the whole package, and I'd give particular emphasis to, even though they're not in my district, their importance everywhere, is the additional BLS rescue ambulances. And dear Lord, let's please do the damn standards of cover study this year.
Here, here.
Yes.
Here, here. We are. It may be our, this is something that we've worked towards for many, many years. So to see it finally getting done is really.
Now that Englander is finally gone.
Okay. All right. Anything else to add on number 162?
Yeah. Mr. Chair, just to comment, the Marine Battalion Chief, I know it wasn't on there, and I assume that we're waiting, we want the ports to pay for that. And so it's important, but we want it to be funded appropriately. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's an important position to be sure, but my position has always been that we wouldn't need a, Marine.
Just clarifying for those who are listening, because
yeah.
that I think we're on the same page.
We wouldn't need the firehouse, we wouldn't need the fireboat, we wouldn't need any of that, but for the fact that they provide safety services to the most important port complex in North America and the west coast of North America. And so that should be a port obligation. Okay, anything else on 162, members? Okay, so that brings us to the GCP, and report number 15 deals with the climate change funding, and I think this was the one that, so my instruction on this one, or my recommended instruction, would be to instruct the CLA to make all instructions necessary to roll the $500,000 UB line item for the Climate Emergency Mobilization Department in the current year budget into the fiscal year 1920 budget.
There's also a request for $400,000 for, I believe, funding to go into the UB for projects relating to this, which obviously, if this is one of our highest priorities, we should do some decent amount of funding for it. But just
So,
to get a sense if that would discourage anyone from ranking it as highly as they would, I might withdraw it. But otherwise, I think adding that to the UB would not be unreasonable.
Okay, so there are multiple reports on this. On the climate money. So 15, 107, which is also GCP, and 188.
Do you want to consider them all together, or just consider the other two, and
I think
perhaps consider 15 as kind of a gimme because it's something the mayor intended to include in his budget and just missed.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Missed.
If you're thinking about wasting a 1 on it, don't, because I think that is, unless members have any objection, I think that was the intention to roll that money forward.
Yep.
Yes.
So if there's no objection, that'll be the action of the committee on item 57. So we'll come.
15. 57 is Clean Streets.
Thank you. 57 still coming up. So, Mr. Kretz, we'll deal with 107 and 188 as they come up.
Great.
All right, that brings us then to 57 now, which is Clean Streets. Mr. Price.
Yep. Yes, Mr. Chairman. We're seeking $350,000 in the Clean Streets program for CD9. My understanding is that the Clean Streets activities are not eligible from the Bureau of Sanitation, special funds, and in years past, we've received the GCP allocation out of this for this item, and we're seeking that same allocation for this next year.
It's a continuation of existing services?
Continuation of existing services, that's correct.
Okay. I think what I'm going to ask for us to do is since that is a district-specific request that's a highly important one, and especially if it's a continuation of existing services, I'm going to ask that we sort of hold that one on the desk, and we'll deal with some of those specific requests, so that we don't have to go through this ranking process on those. So, if all right, well, we could just make a note to come back and deal with that separately. Okay. So number 62 is the teen court program, and my recommendation on that would be to provide funding to support the program in the amount of $250,000, and I would rank that as a number 2 priority. Mr. Kratz.
And I would note, the report noted that it's a county project, but it's one with which we have an MOU, in which we've had multiple relationships in the past. And although it generally helps kids throughout the city, mostly not in my district, I would rank that a 1.
Okay, thank you. 2. Mr. Blumenfield's a 2.
2.
Mr. Price a 3.
2.
Mr. Bonin a 2. Okay. So we're to one general city purposes, number 107. This is Climate Emergency Community Council, and this one also is kind of a gimme, because I think this report was only just changing the nomenclature. Is that right, Mr. Kratz?
I believe that is largely correct.
Yeah. So the memo recommends changing the GCP line item in the proposed budget to Climate Emergency Commission to better reflect recent legislative action, and I would support that recommendation to change it to Climate Emergency Commission.
Great.
If there's no objection, I think we can just take that action.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
What did we do with 91 in this? Los Angeles Justice Fund.
I recommended no action on that.
Okay.
And that was, just to clarify on that report, because this is something I'm very interested in, but the money the city has allocated to date hasn't been spent. Over half of it has not been spent. So the recommendation was, let's keep looking at this while we spend the rest of the money.
That's
correct, sir.
And also to determine whether the county is going to continue to participate, whether the philanthropic organizations are going to continue to participate.
Yeah. I mean, I agree we really need to be doing this, but given that the money we've allocated hasn't been spent yet, I think we have an opportunity to look at how to structure it right so we get a good use of our dollar.
Are we at a minimum rolling over the money that isn't spent in this?
Yes, sir.
We are.
It's in contract. It'll continue.
So that
We're
part
actually-
that part is in the budget.
Yeah. We already gave it to them.
Right, we're extending the contract for another year.
But we allocated the money already.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's not, we don't need to extend the money. We gave it to
No,
them.
it's just the contract.
Right. So to anybody listening, the program is continuing.
Exactly.
And is funded.
Yes.
Yeah, it makes me feel a little queasy in terms of that, but I will trust the action we're taking will do enough. And if we expend that and find that we're short, maybe we can do something during one of the FSRs too.
So, Mr. Koretz, just so you know, in terms of the funds allocated to the program, which is $7.4 million, only 40% of that has been expended to date. So we will come back shortly to report on the status. But we think there's enough funding for the next year.
And if I can just add to that, part of the understanding when that money was originally appropriated in the budget was that there would be a robust report back about what results were achieved who was served, a number of other things that, as far as I've seen, we have never seen anything. We've never seen any report back for it.
We just got the fourth quarterly report last week, which has more details. We'll be coming forward with a report on status.
Okay. So that was the reason for recommending no action on that item. Okay, so we did 107. Number 125. And for this one, members, this is specific to my district, so we can hold off on this one for the moment, but this is a recommendation to add about $30,000 or so for some gang prevention events in one of my parks, but consistent with what we're doing with the district stuff, we can hold off on that for now. 135. So on this one, there have been a number of different reports that relate to this. I know Mr. Bonner and Mr. Kretz both had a report for potential ways to fund this new program. I would recommend that we add $1 million to the UB. I would recommend further that this funding be set aside for eviction prevention services and homelessness prevention, rather than specifically calling this right to counsel, which I think is a phrase that puts the policy making way before the budgeting. And the Homelessness and Poverty Committee has not even considered this item yet. So as some of our public speakers had indicated, this encompasses many different options. One may be supplementing pro bono counsel or public interest law firms to represent folks. Some of it may be mediation. Some of it may be public outreach and informing about rights. Some of it may be even cash subsidies. We haven't developed any of that policy as to determine what the best options would be. But I would nonetheless recommend $1 million in the UB pending further consideration by the policy committees.
Mr. Chair, my only objection to that would be that I think $1 million would be a relative drop in the bucket. And considering, if I recall the statistics correctly, we had around a 20% drop in chronic homeless, we had around a 20% drop in veteran homeless, and we had a net reduction of 4% in overall homeless in the past year, because we are generating so many new homeless that they're almost keeping up with the people that we help. So without taking a more dramatic approach to turning off the spigot of new homeless, we may find after we've done HHH and build all the housing that we solved the problem we had in 2013, but have a whole new set of tens of thousands of new homeless because we haven't taken all those steps to protect them. So I'm not sure if, I don't want to have a recommendation for $5 million and have everybody prioritize it as a low priority. So I'm not sure how best to go about it, but $1 million just seems like a drop in the bucket.
Well, just to clarify, the recommendation is to add $1 million in general fund money into the UB in addition to the $1 million that's already been allocated in the con plan through CDBG. So that would bring it to a total of $2 million. And you're right, it may be a drop in the bucket or it may not be. But the truth is we don't have the first idea as we're sitting here in the Budget and Finance Committee because the Policy Committee hasn't even considered it, hasn't made recommendations about the best approach. We don't know what the most cost-effective approach for eviction prevention and homelessness prevention may be. None of that work has been done by the Policy Committee. So I think it would be premature to make a very significant investment beyond $2 million until we have that work done by the Policy Committee.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Blumenfield.
And so I would ask that your direction is fine as far as I'm concerned, but we make sure that part of the direction includes looking at the Senate bill, the Skinner bill in the Senate, that this has traditionally been a state expenditure of funds, and they have a bill that could potentially be several $100 million for this, of which, if the city has a program, we could be the recipient of a chunk of that, but we need to have the right receptacle to be able to receive that, so that whatever language they do in terms of putting the program together, it's done with a view of making sure that it qualifies us for the potential state money that's out there.
And
or that may be out there. If there is some state money out there from the program that the three of us were involved with, but that's very limited. But if this other bill comes through, maybe we could get grants out of it.
And if I'm correct, part of the discussion in the CDBG process, including that first funding in the con plan, was so that we would be ready to take advantage of those sorts of things if they should materialize in the state budget. So, I mean, given some of the public testimony about the need, but also the range of different options that might be able to meet that need, I think doubling the mayor's proposed, well, I shouldn't say the mayor's proposed funding, what's currently in the CDBG con plan, doubling that with another $1 million in the general fund is a step in the right direction.
Well, I'd concur with Mr. Koretz in wanting to. I'm okay with the general approach. I like it being available for the right to counsel plus. I like the things that Greg Spiegel from the Inner City Law Center was talking about as expenses that would be eligible as well.
I did too.
I'd like to see us go higher than the $1 million, because I do think we'll spend it relatively quickly given the urgent need. And that would be for me a one with a very big caveat. I can't support us, and this is just my thoughts for CLA as they do this, I can't support funding it by making a commensurate reduction in other homeless programs. As we do the climate emergency department stuff, we're not taking that money away from other environmental programs. And I don't think we can reduce our homeless expenditures, because frankly, as I look over this, as much as we're spending, it's inadequate to the task. And we need to look elsewhere, and I'm happy to take it from the cleanups or from the police deployment, but I don't think we can take it from homeless programs. So I'd be happier with a higher number as long as it's not coming out of homelessness.
Well, I would concur with that. Maybe as a compromise somewhere in between the one that was originally allocated and the $5 million that we're asking for, we could, and the $2 million that Mr. Krikorian suggested, perhaps $1 million additional, make it $3 million.
Okay.
And if we did so, that would be a 1+ for me.
As well.
Okay. Mr. Price.
Yeah. No, I was just want to chime in too. I don't having problems with increasing the amount. I think the $3 million would be probably a good place to land. But I too am concerned about taking it out of existing homeless programs. I think we got to find it someplace else to get those funds, some other way to fund it. If we can, I'd support another $1 million going in there.
And I'd be willing to withdraw that suggestion. My only thinking was, if we didn't have any extra dollars to fund it, that we'd be more cost effective preventing a number of people from being homeless rather than paying for $500,000 units for them to go into. So, but I totally agree. I'd much rather find it from other places in the budget. So,
just to clarify, you're not suggesting the original $1 million that comes out of the CDBG con plan? Is that what you're talking about?
No.
Changing? Because that's
here's
more.
what happened. So there's $1 million in the con plan.
Right.
The proposal that Mr. Kretz had originally proposed was to add, I think, $5 million to that. And there was one of these reports was requesting, actually two of these reports were requesting specific funding sources. Mr. Kretz had made a suggestion, just as a as something to look at. Mr. Bonnet made another suggestion out of it as another potential source. I think there's consensus among the five of us that none of us would like to see any of this money come from existing homelessness services programming. So I think, and
If
Mr. Kretz
we
has
can
just
avoid it,
indicated
I'd be delighted to
Yeah.
see that.
So, so I guess I wouldn't object to that request and increasing it to $2 million from my recommended $1 million. I just want to throw out there again, because Mr. Bonin, you mentioned, we need to start spending this and so forth. You're right, but we have no program in place at all yet. We have no staff in place yet at all. We have no policy direction in place at all. So that's why I'm fine with putting that money in the UB, but, sometimes policy development around here and staffing up around here and developing of, rules and regulations for departments, and that takes time. And so since we're talking about this coming fiscal year, I think it's going to be hard to get up and running in a way that we're going to be able to spend a lot of this money in short order. But that being said, that's why I think the UB is the appropriate way to go.
Agreed.
But I mean, clearly the need is extraordinary in the category of homelessness prevention and eviction prevention. So I still am kind of agnostic on what the best way to approach that is, but I think the need is certainly.
And I have to note, even though I've been pushing this, I'm not sure which of those choices is the highest priority. Mediation, there are a lot of different approaches, so I'm not necessarily suggesting we even think about prioritizing right now, that we just move it forward.
Okay. So, Mr. Bloomfield, did you have further comment?
No.
Okay. So, Mr. Kretz, you swung me, so we'll go ahead and my recommendation will be $2 million. $2 million in addition to the existing con plan funding. And I would give that a ranking of 2.
And I'm already a 1.
And I'm a 1.
Mr. Kretz is a 1+, if 1+ is available, I know. Mr.
Yes.
Vonen's a 1. Mr. Price is a 2.
A 2.
Mr. Bloomfield's a 2. Okay, thank you. So that brings us next to 173. And this is a board request to, I would recommend that we support the board's request to allocate funds into, thank you, into the Board of Public Works Contractual Services Appropriation Account to allow the funds to be placed into contracts immediately for the Clean and Green program. So if there's no objection to that, we can just take that action. On item number 187, that was 173, Mr. Price. On item 187, this deals with the impact of prevailing wage and minimum wage on entry-level jobs and jobs for youth, requested by Mr. Blumenfield. I'd like to recommend that we instruct the CLA to work with Sanitation to ensure that the additional $57,000 is allocated from the SCM fund to support the Clean and Green program. Wait a minute, I'm sorry. Is that this report? That is the same report for the minimum wage and issue.
Councilmember, sorry, Zara Buchanan with the Office of the
I
CEO.
think I'm merging two reports together
Yes, that's
here.
correct. So the funding that's mentioned in memo number 187 for the Board of Public Works Clean and Green program, that's the same funding in memo 173.
It is.
So if the recommendation in 173, that covers the 57,000.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, then that makes that pretty easy then. So I think we can go ahead and just approve that. I don't think that really requires anybody to use their one. Okay.
That includes the grid funding, is that right? That's the Clean and Green and the grid money, is that correct? Making sure that we keep a level of service despite the minimum wage increase rate.
It was
Yeah.
Saturday Night Lights.
Same thing, yeah, Saturday Night. So we're just doing that, right?
Yes.
Perfect. Because that would have been one I'm glad I don't have to use.
Yes, no, you can save that one for something else. All right, the petroleum products account, report number 124. I'd recommend that we instruct the CAO to monitor the account and report on any potential deficits and solutions through the FSRs. I get that every year we go through this, sort of kabuki dance about the cost of petroleum and, trying to estimate its cost, but it's really no different than any other budget year. We do this every year, so unless there's objection, let's just ask Mr. Seha will fix it as we move forward. All right. So 154 is the Emergency Management Coordinator. I'd recommend that we approve the MA position and 9 months funding. And I would assign that a priority of 2. That's the Emergency Management Coordinator in General Services.
I would agree too.
2. 3.
So 4 2s and a 3. All right, going to LASA now, report number 5. I had recommended no action on the safe parking program. And the reason that I did is the mayor's proposed budget already makes $10 million available for any additional homeless expenditures that could be used to support safe parking. From experience, I very well know that it takes a long time to identify locations for safe parking programs, to do the build out and so on. So there is that funding that can be utilized if need be, but I think it's premature to add safe parking specific funding until we have those specific projects identified. But I think, Mr. Blumenfield, did you call this special? Or?
Yeah, I did. I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I'm willing to let it go there. I just worry some of the safe parking spots I'm already being told, well, there's enough money to do it, but not for the case services, and I think you need the whole package to make it work. But especially if we're not rating the homeless money for our right to counsel, then maybe there's a little extra money there we can do this. But I think it's an incredibly important program.
It is.
It needs to be funded, but
it is.
But there's not a dollar amount that I could give you to make it work, so I can't go further.
Well, if you're developing, in your district or somebody else is doing safe parking, I mean, this is something that we should absolutely look at every FSR as well.
Yeah.
See if as the program is developing, as locations are being identified. I mean, you can't do this fast enough, and so
and just like PSH, we got to get the damn cost down, because the cost per lot is ridiculously high. I'm glad LASA's doing the RFP. $100,000 per lot just is not sustainable. One thing we've done, it may help to deal with the case management aspect of it, because it was supposed to be the spa leads that were doing it, and that didn't work out all that well. Is 2 of my lots are at my offices in Westchester and West LA, and I've made office space available for our LASA caseworkers, so they're actually there anyway, so they have an opportunity to interact.
Yeah, wherever you can find that sort of co-location, whether it's a NAV center, it's a great help.
Did the same thing. I have lots of workers in the office, and that's where we're putting the lot. But.
Okay, so we're good then with the recommendation we're not good with it, but the action of the committee will be no action on that item. So 38 next is, we've already dealt with that.
Yep.
Yeah, I just wasn't clear on whether that was already wrapped into everything else.
Yeah, so 38 is encompassed by the previous discussion we had on eviction prevention and homelessness prevention. Okay. So that brings us then to report number 40 on family reunification. And I think, Mr. Kretz, you called this special. The only reason, I think this is a terrific program, terrific idea, and you've championed it for a long time. The only reason I recommended no action on this specific report is that LASA is doing it already and is using $2 million from HEAP and $1 million from Measure H for problem-solving interventions that also includes family reunification. But I think it's a terrific, cost-effective, humane, and important approach to homelessness response. So you feel free to chime in on that.
Just wanted to ask either LASA or CAO whether they clearly feel that piece of it is funded adequately through those sources, or whether an additional funding pool for relocation would be of value.
Councilmember, they're not requesting additional funding for that purpose at this time, but if you ask LASA if any of their services are adequately funded, they would say no. But they are not requesting additional funding for that service at this time, and there is funding available, and they do it as part of every intervention for every client that comes in. One of the things they check, and we've had a report at the Homeless and Poverty Committee, is what are the family reunification options for this client? And if they are positive options, that is the first thing they explore, because it's obviously humane and cost effective.
So if a homeless person who is a possible candidate for this comes through their system, there's no one that isn't taken to conclusion because of the lack of funds.
I believe they would say this service is adequately funded, and they have the funding to perform this service, and they do it for every client that comes in through the intake. Is there a family sort of option or friend option or your last living place option that we can somehow put back together, and they do have funding for that purpose?
And I would dispute that I have no doubt that that's the on paper reality. My experience is that's not the on the streets reality. It's true that offer can be made, but it's usually more than just the offer to make it happen. Like the way I've seen it done well is I have a nonprofit in my district, a neighborhood council member founded, and he raises money. I've given a little, but it's not just if we give you money for a bus ticket, will you go back home? It's calling the family. It's talking to them. It's doing some actual casework and greasing the skids. And usually they're so overstaffed or overburdened in the agencies that they don't have as much bandwidth for that. So I do think there is a greater need. But
Councilmember, I would agree, and I think LASA, like you, think if there is some kind of other family option, it's going to be both the cheapest and most humane, and they do require work.
They do.
So they would require long counseling with the family. They certainly require contacting them, but they may require helping to pay for it. Part of the reason they left was there was insufficient rent for an extra body in the house, insufficient food. So they do have all of those things in their arsenal. And I do think their caseworkers would say they probably don't have enough time on any one case to delve into each aspect of the case, but they're not requesting additional funding at this time.
Right, although that doesn't necessarily mean anything, because there are certainly other departments that are in need but aren't willing to ask for everything they need. And sometimes you have to poke them a little bit.
I might suggest that maybe one thing we could do is, through the policy committee, is ask for metrics from the existing and the bridge housing gets rolled out. I'd like to know how often are they using shared housing, how often are they doing the quick and nimble stuff like the family reunification, but also see if LASA can give us a spa by spa breakdown of how often we're doing reunifications. So we can build on it.
And what the barriers are to maximizing it. Because it could very well be that, we're asking the questions, but, we don't have enough money for all the plane tickets, or I don't know what those barriers may be, but I think it's really important to try to make sure that a person is never turned away. You know, if they do have that option, that there's never a reason that we would tell them, I'm sorry, we can't help with that.
Mr. Chair, could I suggest this is a special study for your committee and have
Yeah.
LASA report to you on this program, which they've done before to the council, but they'd be happy to report again on what works, what doesn't, and what the funding issues are.
I think it's probably too hard to nail down any funding right here, right now, so that would be a great idea. And I wonder if we could ask specifically, because some of the special studies are done in a more cursory way than others, that they really do a deep dive into all elements of this issue.
Agreed. If there's no objection, we will make that request. All right. Number 89, I had recommended no action. Mr. Bonin, had you called that one special?
I did, and I was hoping to make a recommendation for something, but the report back gives me very little latitude or ability to do so. Because this becomes a chicken or an egg thing. We all know that we need more restrooms, and as council members, if we want to do it, we're stuck because there's no money for it. But now here we're in the budget process, and there's no actual proposed site, so there's no argument to be made for the money. So it's this sort of vicious circle of it. And I think we're already being told that the next allocation of HEAP money is probably oversubscribed. So, you know, we're SOL if this is what we want to do. But I got to call something out, because something struck me in this report and in the other report from LASA about how few people will going to be housed by all the general fund money we're spending. Their other report didn't include the county funds and stuff, so it's an incomplete picture. But we're still, with tens of thousands of people on the street, not housing and sheltering nearly enough. And we know we're going to have encampments everywhere, and I think they're increasing. To provide mobile toilets and showers to all of the encampments would cost us $57 million plus admin costs. That is absolutely sick. I mean, that is a portrait of how bad the situation is in Los Angeles. That to provide toilets to the people we cannot shelter would cost us over $60 million. That's, I just don't have any words for it.
Well, I have a few.
Please.
And part of it is a measure of the magnitude of the problem.
Yeah.
Part of it is the absurdity of cost of delivering these sorts of services. We really don't need to, you know, I mean, you could build, how many single-family homes could you build for that much money?
Yep.
It's just absurd that we have these continuing cost estimates that come back at wildly inflated prices, instead of trying to figure out how can we do this in the cheapest, fastest, most effective way possible. And I'm just, you know, after 8 years of doing this on the budget, I have a level of frustration with this that I can't express in enough words. That we have to figure out ways to do things one hell of a lot cheaper than what we're doing.
Yep.
And, you know, I know that part of that is our own doing, and part of it is a result of state law and other things. And it's, you know, there are layers of regulations layered on top of things, and but not all of it is that.
Nope.
And everyone who works in this building and other, you know, otherwise is part of the city family, just has to think more nimbly and more innovatively and more creatively in a more business-like way to try to find ways to bring these costs down. It can't possibly cost $57 million to build bathrooms throughout Los Angeles.
Right.
It can't possibly cost that much to build a bathroom on every block. But this is the estimate that we get. If the private sector were doing this, I can guarantee you it would not cost $57 million to do this.
And not every place needs a mobile pit stop, which isn't even there 24/7. I mean, this is bathroom access like 12 hours a day.
Right.
I mean, there are some places where, you know, maybe we need to have just a porta potty and get it clean. I mean, we're going to have to get our heads around that, because otherwise we have crap on people's front lawns and in their alleyways and in encampments, which we then spend millions of dollars cleaning. So we got to take this up in the policy committee this coming year, because it's just not. What we're doing is not sustainable, even with all the money we're spending on it.
Anything else on that one, Mr. Bond?
No, I wish.
Okay. So, members, we've been banging at it for a while now. It's about 5 after 4. For the sake of everybody and our mental clarity and our physical comfort, I'm going to ask that we take a brief break, maybe 5 to 10 minutes.
I have to leave early today, so if we could do that in 40 minutes, because I only have another 40 minutes here.
We can't.
No?
So sorry, you have 35 minutes here now. So we'll be back, and let's just make it 5 minutes. Thanks. Okay, folks, we're ready to resume again, so I'd like to ask the members to please come back into chambers so that we can resume. And Mr. Blumenfield has an engagement that cannot be changed, so I want to, as he is chair of our Public Works Committee, I want to take Public Works out of order so that he can have an opportunity to weigh into those issues. So we're going to go next. Just everybody remind me to come back to where we left off, which is with housing. But let's go next to... We're getting a lot of feedback. I'm not sure whose mic is doing that, but let's, if you're not, okay, so let's just keep my mic live all the time, and if you're not speaking into your mic, if you could please put it up or to the side so that we don't get that feedback. Okay, so we're going to go to the Board of Public Works next out of order, so we'll go to report number 61. And this is a $25,000 request for additional security services. So I'd go ahead and recommend that we approve the restoration of the full budget and contractual services in that amount for the Board of Public Works to provide additional services. And I'd give that a ranking of 2.
2 also.
Mr. Blumenfield, we're on number 61.
2, please.
We're on report number 61 in Public Works. We're taking Public Works out of order. So this was a $25,000 restoration of contractual services for security services. I recommend that we fund it, and I gave it a 2. Mr. Blumenfield and Mr. Kretz were both also 2s. Mr. Bonner?
3.
Okay. 3 2s, 2 3s. The City Forest Officer, report number 186. I'd recommend that we move the City Forest Officer from Street Services to the Board of Public Works and include the required funding necessary to ensure that once and for all, we finally get this position filled with expedition, because this is just vitally important to the preservation of our tree canopy. So I would not only recommend that we make that move to Public Works, provide the additional funding of $43,000, but I would give that a number 1 priority ranking as well.
I'd give it a 2 plus.
Okay.
And I'd also note we don't want to be too expeditious. We want to make sure we find the right person, because this is such a critical position that hiring someone that wasn't strong enough would be to our detriment.
Small amount of money, but I'll give it a 1.
2.
1, 1, 2. Actually, 1 minus.
Yeah, does a 1 minus exist?
And I'm sorry, Mr. Bonin, you said
2.
2, 3 for Mr. Price. All right, that brings us to number 191, accounting services for the Board of Public Works. I'd recommend that we add the 4 positions and resources and funding to cover 12 months of the non-reimbursable portion of the costs in order to improve the accounting at the board. This actually may result in cost savings, members, because of the surcharge that the city is currently forced to bear if bills are not paid on a timely basis. So I'd recommend those 4 positions with a full year's funding and give it a ranking priority of 2.
2.
2.
4 2s and a 3. Number 192, the Petroleum Administrator. I had recommended no action, and I think either Mr. Bonnet or Mr. Kretz had called this special. Mr.
Yes, I
Bonnet?
did. Thank you. I found this report frustrating because it simultaneously made the case for the positions and then effectively said don't fund them. It said give us time to talk to the CAO about funding. The time to talk to the CAO about funding was like 3 years ago. We need these positions. We created this office for an important function, and it's effectively incapable of functioning because the Petroleum Administrator is answering his own phone. He can't find people to go out and do the necessary inspections. We have abandoned facilities we need to be looking at. There's potential revenue to be getting from this, and we have increasingly in different parts of the city risky incidents. We have gas leaks in my district. We have mercaptan leaks in Mr. Koretz's district. We have problems with oil drilling, like 5 feet from a kid's bedroom in Mr. Harris Dawson's district, and we're desperately looking for the Petroleum Administrator's help in crafting a policy that a number of council members have proposed that's been waiting for a very, very long time. So I'd like to recommend that we fund these positions in here, and I would give it a 1.
Okay, Mr. Kretz?
I say that was a very articulate presentation of exactly where I am, plus there are also a number of leaking capped oil wells and oil wells whose locations aren't mapped adequately and just need more work on there. So many needs for this in the city that I absolutely think we need to not only look at it but rate it a 1, if not a 1+.
Mr. Blumenfield?
I think it's incredibly important, although I don't know how we're in this dilemma. How do we fund it without knowing what it is? I mean, the position. So maybe there's a way to put it in the UB or something.
Oh, the memo outlines the positions pretty clearly.
Well, so then why are they saying they want the details back?
If I could, Fernando
yes,
Campos,
please.
Executive Officer with the Board of
Yes,
Public
briefly.
Works. The reason why we noted the report back that we needed additional time is that we just want to vet the right exact classification that we need for the position that we're asking for. Currently, the environmental supervisor is an alternate position that we are proposing as opposed to the principal project coordinator. The environmental supervisor would be a position that would be closely related to what we need to write the report so that we can get back to City Council as quickly as possible. The administrative clerk is a position that would help with the clerical support function, but not necessarily provide the reporting expertise or the technical expertise that this council is requesting for. So therefore, taking additional time just to vet out the right classification so that we can fund the office with the right resources and the right classification is what we need. However, if this council would like to move forward with the proposed environmental supervisor and the administrative clerk, I'm perfectly fine with that as well.
Great.
I'd probably be okay with moving it forward and leaving you the option to change the job titles and move things around as you need. And if it had to go into the UB, as long as we know that we intend to access that, that would be fine with me.
Well, I don't know that you would need to put the contractual services for abandonment and mineral rights services into the UB. Doesn't seem to be a need to wait on that. If we put it in the UB, what sort of clerical support can your office loan that office until we move it forward?
If we were to put the actual contractual services into the UB or the positions, the funding for the positions?
The funding for the positions.
One, we would work with the city attorney, I'm sorry, with the CAO's office to make sure that we have the right classification, and along with personnel department. After we identified the right classification, then we would come back to the city council either through an FSR or an independent report back requesting the money be released from the UB back into the Board of Public Works so that we can then start the hiring process. That process in itself will probably take another 3 to 4 months just to get the monies back into our budget.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
Maybe we can ask the CLA to come up with some language where we can put the money in there, but it has some contingencies on it so we can actually see the results of your work, and there's probably a way to do this.
Yeah.
Well, if it's in the UB, there certainly is. You can always put it in the UB and attach whatever restriction we want, and how it gets appropriated out of the UB. So
There's nothing to stop the board from coming in next month. Even though the money is in the UB for July 1, there's nothing to stop the board from coming back next month if they've got it figured out in terms of the positions and
Can the
contractual
board
services needed.
commit to coming back next month?
Absolutely, we could.
Sold.
Great. Okay. So, Mr. Blumenfield, you want to make a recommendation so we're clear on what that is then?
I think we're going to fund it as you asked and put the money in the UB so that you can figure out the right classifications, and you'll do this expeditiously, and we'll be able to move the money quickly and get this done because it's important.
Okay. Mr. Bonner, good with that? Mr.
Yeah.
Gretz? Okay. Mr. Price?
Yeah, I'm good with that,
Yeah,
too.
all
It's
right.
fine. No drilling going on in the ninth that I know of, but this is an important citywide function, so I do support it.
That will be fine. All right. Priority?
2.
1.
3.
2.
1.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. So that brings us then to Report 199. And I had recommended no action on this. Someone, and I don't have notes of whom, called it special because we all wanted this report. But the reason that I recommended no action is that how much we are going to need to pay to bring graffiti removal services back to current levels depends largely on state law decisions that have not yet been made by the Department of Industrial Relations. So if the prevailing wage law is applied to graffiti paint out at a suggested level of $27 an hour, I think it was in the report, then the money in the budget would be sufficient to meet current workload. But if it goes a different way and the prevailing wage is determined to be at a much higher rate, then there will be a shortfall in services. So that's a pretty big trigger point that is not yet determined. Mr. Blumenfield, did you have a suggestion? Oh, Mr. Kretz.
Well, I think the problem is that this fiscal year is probably the period where part of this year will have the actual $52 or whatever it is rate charged to our providers. And so if this gets resolved in December, but we have the 6-month shortfall, that means they probably cut their staff doing the graffiti in half, let's say. That's just off the top of my head, but it would be very substantial. And so that means that you'll have gangs putting up graffiti, and instead of our people coming in and painting it out, another gang will line it out and write their name. And this will happen over and over, and eventually something gets painted out. That's not what you want. That creates gang conflict, possible loss of life over an ineffective graffiti program in the meantime. So it might be that we should allocate a certain amount of money in the UB if the state resolves it, or if the city, which I think we can create some sort of an apprentice program that will allow us to get out of it. There's several paths, but we don't know how quickly any of them will happen. So I would suggest either putting the whole amount requested I think it was an additional $3 million expected, unfortunately, to do the exact same thing over and above what we were doing last year, plus what the mayor allocated, or take a chance that it's only 6 months or less and put half that amount of money in the UB. But I would recommend we put something in the UB and not just let these providers go naked, because this could really be devastating.
So I'm going to make this suggestion, and I want to hear what Mr. Bloomfield has to say about it too. But if in fact this goes the wrong way, and the DIR requires this much higher prevailing wage rate, then we have to examine whether or not it continues to make sense for us to use contracted services to provide graffiti removal. And as much as we love most of our contractors, and I have very close relationships with mine, I'm sure you all do with yours, if that eventuality becomes a permanent decision by the DIR, then I would say we have to start thinking about hiring full-time city employees to do graffiti paint out, and we pay them the rate that we negotiate with them through our collective bargaining agreements, and that we staff this through targeted local hire, which is the perfect incoming job opportunity for targeted local hire. We cannot sustain graffiti paint out with the absurd hourly rate that DIR is talking about doing. It's absurd. It makes no sense. It's in my view, it makes a mockery of the prevailing wage laws. A person who's painting out graffiti on a wall is not the same as a highly skilled painter who's painting a commercial building, or it's just entirely different kind of job. So I would say, I think you're right that providing additional funding in a UB pending that would be appropriate, but with the caveat that if this goes the wrong way, I don't feel wedded to spending that money in our existing model. I think we then would need to figure out a policy by which that additional funding could be spent in the most cost-effective way to maximize the amount of graffiti painted out per dollar.
And I don't disagree with you. I think this year's allocation is mostly a question of how we bridge the time between when the costs go up and when we figure out whether we've won or lost, whether we've tried every solution and they've all not worked out or not.
Yeah.
That could be 6 months, that could be a year, probably not beyond the end of the fiscal year, but it could be a substantial period of time, and the program will be devastated with that kind of a cut.
And to be clear, because we're talking about cuts, the mayor actually proposed a nearly $2 million increase in a $1.8 million increase in funding. The problem is that the contractors have to spend so much more per hour that it may result in a reduction in services. I want to make sure people understand. Mr. Blumenfield.
Anyway, since my time is very short, I completely agree. We cannot allow ourselves to lower the level of service. The graffiti abatement is a key part of our program. It's ridiculous to pay the higher price. Not only at the end of the day does that mean less service and disregarding the skilled painters, but it also means the folks who are in that program who are supposed to be getting an apprentice and learning how are going to get stuck, because you're never going to leave a job that pays 3 times more than what you're going to make at your next job if this is as the graffiti programs typically have been an on-ramp into other employment. So I like the suggestion. We've got to put some money in there to protect ourselves, but we need to think about the other options should it go the wrong way.
Mr. Chair, our calculation is you would need to put $3.5 million in the UB to keep services at their current level, and the board has committed, whatever the rate is ultimately from Sacramento, that they are looking, it's time to renew the contracts, and they will do a full contracting out 1022 analysis about whether it's time to bring it back in, whatever the rate is. Certainly at the higher rate, it seems more likely that calculation would come back to bring it back to city employees, but they are going to do the full analysis before they issue the new contracts in any event. So our employees should hear that. But it would require $3.5 million, and I would suggest you recommend it for the UB because they may not need it.
Yeah.
If the rates come out. And that would be full service.
And $3.5 million is obviously a huge bite in this budget, particularly just because it's based on an eventuality that we don't have a determination on yet. So to ask that that be set aside at the expense of existing programs right now gives me heartburn. I feel comfortable throwing $1 million in the UB, but 3.5 gives me a lot of discomfort.
Well, I was
members,
I was thinking of recommending half of the $3.5 million for the 6-month period and reviewing it at the 6-month point. But having a fully functioning program for 6 months and then reviewing it to see where we are at that point.
So $1.25 million in the UB. No,
I think
I'm
it'd
sorry,
be
$1.75
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
It'd be a little less, but you get the idea.
Yeah.
So that we largely fund the program at the levels we're at 6 months in.
CLA would like to make a comment.
Well, yes, kind of. So do recall that there is a mid-year line item in the UB to the tune of about roughly $20 million. So that is intended to fund any shortfalls for approved programs. I would say that this is an approved program already within the budget, so that to the extent that state law doesn't go the right way, or if this apprenticeship program is not approved and the rates go up, that this would be a logical place to go into to take the additional money to maintain the current level of service until the RFP or until there's a determination made to go out to RFP or whether to bring it in-house. So that is just one suggestion that I would make, and then that wouldn't, as you indicated, Mr. Chair, being a big bite out of what we're trying to accomplish during these proceedings.
So the additional funding that's already in the budget that the mayor has proposed, the 1.8, would carry us through that 6-month period through mid-year anyway.
Yes,
right?
The way I understand it, yes, that is
Okay.
true.
So then when we take the look at the 6-month period where hopefully there's been resolution about this and we can decide a policy direction to go in, that would be an opportunity to revisit it through the mid-year adjustments.
That would be our recommendation at this point.
That's fine.
So we'd vote on the 1.75 for the first 6 months and presume that fund could take care of the second 6 months. Is that what we're
No,
saying?
the increase that the mayor has already proposed of 1.8 would take us through the first 6 months. So the budget as it is now would not require a cut in services for at least for the first 6
I'm
months.
certain that's not correct.
And the other thing too, Mr. Chair and Mr. Koretz, if you wanted to make a determination during this budget that the service levels would be maintained so that there isn't a disconnect if less funding is available, that you want to maintain the current service level, that is certainly something that you can include as an instruction during this budget process, that if funds aren't, if the costs go up, that you're still saying what you want is to maintain the current service level. And so that would be make it incumbent upon the board to come forward and ask for the additional fundings as soon as there's a determination made that there isn't an apprenticeship program in place.
Yeah, it's not clear to me because what the mayor added is $3.5 million short of what's needed. So it doesn't get us through 6 months. We're talking about the extra 1.75 that would get us through 6 months.
I believe the 1.8 is based on the apprenticeship program.
Correct.
Right, at the $27 rate.
Right, which is very iffy. So it's the whole purpose of putting in the UB. If you don't need it, you don't need it. But in the reasonable chance that we do need it and haven't solved the problem by July 1st, we would need additional funding, or they will have to cut their services.
So Fernando Campos, Executive Officer, if I can just add a little bit more context or at least give some options that this council can consider. One, if we, the best case scenario is that the DIR, the Department of Industrial Relations, will come back with a determination within the next couple of weeks, hopefully before July, letting us know whether they approve the salary rate that we are proposing at $27 an hour. If they do so, then the current budget that you have before you will cover us for the entire year. That's the best case scenario. Worst case scenario is DIR will not make a determination, or two, decline the request to approve the actual salary at that, or the new classification. At that point, then we are looking at a shortfall of about $3.5 million. That's worst case scenario. Middle case scenario is that the DIR will come back with a determination, hopefully sometime in August, maybe September. Our understanding is that they can make a determination at any given time. However, they do regularly meet every 6 months. The first meeting is in February, the next meeting is in August. However, we could ask DIR, which we have, to make a determination of the new classification. If they make the determination sometime in September, October, then we would need about 3 months funding just to get us through the end of the fiscal year. If they come back and make the determination in February of 2020, then we would need about 7 months funding. So that would probably put us closer to about $2.25 million. So I think my recommendation in this case, just to add some context, is to put a little bit of money into the UB, not necessarily the $3.5 million, but even if there was $1.5 million or 1.75 would be a good proxy just to, as a placeholder in the UB. And if we do not need it, then this council can utilize that funding for other purposes.
Mr. Blumenfield?
No, let's do that.
I think that makes sense to me. Members, any other comment on this? Okay.
And can we jump, if we're done with this one, to
Yes.
street services?
We can. But we need a ranking on the graffiti removal. So, actually, what number were we on? 199.
Even though it only impacts my district from an aesthetic point of view, not a gang reduction, I think this is absolutely critical, so I'll rank it a 1.
I'll make it a 1 as well.
Mr. Bonnet?
2.
I'm going to give it a 1. Okay. So then, I'm sorry, which one did you want to go to next,
Councilman?
Mr. Blumenfield?
To street services?
Councilman, that was for the 1.75 in the UB for 6 months, correct?
In the UB. Yeah. 1.75 in the UB.
Okay.
Okay, street services, Mr. Blumenfield, will go to number 66. This is Hollywood Boulevard enforcement. I'd recommend that we include 9 months funding to support the addition of 3 street services investigator positions. I would rank that as a number 2 priority.
Agree, 2? 2 priority?
Did you say 3?
2.
2, okay.
2.
Yeah.
Whether or not the budget memo regarding the citywide street vending would cover Hollywood as well?
That's a separate report. This one, I think, is more directed to the First Amendment folks, the street entertainers and people who are, clogging up Hollywood Boulevard with...
So it's not covered in a separate memo?
Yes. We're going to do street vending enforcement separately. Whether some of that funding could be used for this purpose, I couldn't tell you. But this is specifically for the street services investigators that they need in Hollywood. So Mr. Bonham was a 3 on that one?
I'm a 3.
And Mr. Price was a 3. Okay. Next is number 67. This is...
Mr. Chair, could you
yes.
repeat that? I'm so sorry. Could you repeat the...
The rankings?
Yes.
I gave it a 2. Mr. Blumenfield, 66?
2.
2.
2.
Kratz? 2. Price, 3. Bonin?
3.
3.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to 67, and this was, you called this one special, Mr. Blumenfield?
I did. So 67 is trying to get us to a tree trimming cycle that is at least in the ballpark of not being embarrassing. We want to get to the 5 to 7 years. I know that what was identified was 12.8 million to get to the 5 to 7 years. I recognize that that is too much for this budget, but I want to get us on a glide path toward the 5 to 7 years, and to encourage that we do. This is a great one for targeted local hire as well. It's a climate change. We talk about climate change. This is actually doing it. When we deal with maintain our trees, we're helping with climate change, and it's also about reducing our risk and liability. When we don't have this done, we are paying through the nose and trip and falls. So I would ask Adele, our general manager, to propose, or I know he has proposed an alternative of just having 2 tree trimming crews and getting us, and that would get us on a glide path in 5 years if we did that every year, to being able to get to the 5 to 7 years.
So basically, it's to go from the 5 crews that we have right now to the 15 crews that we need. I propose that we do that over time, not do it immediately. It's going to take time for us to phase up. I think 5 years is a reasonable amount of time to phase up and hire and see the impact. So I propose to, at a minimum, that we add 2 crews, trimming crews a year over the next 5 years to get us to a level that we'll be able to do about 100 trees of trimming a year, which is triple what we're doing right now.
And Mr. Chair, what's the dollar amount that would translate to?
Yeah, I think every crew is about $1.2, $1.3 million roughly. Because right now 5 crews is about 5.8 million. And so I think if you look at a crew is about 1.2 roughly, and then so it'll be 2.4 million a year. So that's probably what we're looking at. We'll get you the details. We'll look at the CAO on the details, but
So,
about 2.4, that ballpark figure.
And just to be clear, this is for city crews, not contracted services.
Exactly. This is city crews added to the 5 that we have. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Blumenfield, does that make sense?
That's the proposal, and I would put a 1 on it.
Okay. Mr. Kratz?
2.
1.
1.
Mr. Bonin?
1.
4 1s and a 2.
Great.
Anticipated.
All right. That brings us to number 111, risk and liability reduction. And so the recommendation on this is to add the risk management support positions, General Superintendent 2 and Risk Management Manager 3, and positions to add an additional 2 crews for sidewalk repair with 9 months funding in order to support bringing them on board. And for me, that's a number 1 priority.
It's a 1 for me.
2.
1.
2.
3 1s and a 2. All right. That brings us to...
Your math is off.
I'm
3
sorry?
1s and a 2.
3 1s and 2 2s. Sorry. I was trying to bump up the GPA a little bit. Okay, that brings us to 112. And Mr. Price, this is the street vending program, and on this one, I would recommend that we add the additional 15 positions outlined in the street services memo, and add 12 months of funding and an outreach education campaign budget of $350,000.
I support that with a 1.
Okay.
3.
Which one is this?
2.
Which number is this?
112, the street vending program.
3.
2 for me. Okay, that brings us to 152. Oh, this is the B permit review and positions for street sweeping. So on this one, I would recommend that we approve 3 positions for B permit review, 4 positions for street sweeping without funding, and $5 million in the UB for overtime for failed street reconstruction, $1 million for street sweeping optimization study, $1 million in the UFMP and tree inventory line items, and $1 million for asset management, and $2 million in the UB for pavement preservation. And I would assign all of that a 2.
How much did you put on the tree inventory?
$1 million for UFMP and tree inventory.
Because my concern is we didn't get the grant right, so will that, how much do we need to do the tree inventory?
Yeah, about $2 million. So about a little over $2 million. We're going to look at efficiencies, and we're hoping to get $1 million from the CAL FIRE grant. And we got notification yesterday that we did not make that. We didn't qualify for that.
So my recommendation, sadly, since we did not get that $1 million, in order to achieve that goal, we have to add another $1 million to it.
Yeah, so we do. Okay.
Is there a way to separate that item out? Because I would probably rank that higher than the rest of it. It's
sure. I mean, we can do that as we did before, I think, in providing some guidance to the CLA as to how that breaks out. For me, well, go ahead, Mr. Kretz.
I don't have the full list.
Okay, so it's B permit review, street sweeping, which was without funding, $5 million for overtime for failed street reconstruction, $1 million for street sweeping optimization, now $2 million for the UFMP and tree inventory, and $1 million for asset management, and $2 million for pavement preservation. So,
yeah, so I'd make it an overall 2, but I would do a 1 for the tree inventory and a 3 for the street sweeping and the overtime, and the rest 2s.
Okay. I'm going to give this item a 1 with a special emphasis on the tree inventory being mission critical. I know there's nothing higher than a 1, but it's the high side of the 1.
Yeah, well, I was going to give the whole thing a 2, but I agree that the tree inventory is a 1 for sure. And I would also assign a 1 to the failed street reconstruction as well.
I'm a 2 on all combined categories, 2.
On whatever that television show is, Simon Cowell would hit the gold buzzer. I will give you a 1.
Mr. Chair, did you intend the pavement preservation money to be in the budget or in the UB?
In the UB. You know what? Change mine to a 1 for everything. You got me, Mr. Blumenfield.
Spendthrift.
Okay. 172 is street repair funding on alleys. And this was an informational report, but Mr. Kretz, you called this one special?
Yeah, just because if there's a way to get approval for freeing this money up, I would like to, right now I have no ability to do it, but if I had the ability to move half of my street repair money in my district to alleys, I would move that allocation without any additional cost to the general fund. So I don't know if we would have to do that at my request for my district, or allow the council the latitude to do that in any of our districts that desired to.
Can't you do that?
No, I ask every year. I would say, take my whole street allocation for 1 year and just fix all my alleys, and I have no ability to get that done.
Council member, as you know, many of these funding sources are restricted and required to be on streets, and alleys generally don't count as streets.
Yeah.
In addition, your goals about pavement preservation have been connected to the street network, not the alley network, so you would have to, if you started moving substantial monies that you can move into alleys, that's a policy question of how to do that.
Yeah, are you able to do it like as a couple one-offs? I know back in like 2014, I did that. I subtracted a certain amount from what
if it's general funded.
Yeah.
You have a lot more flexibility.
Yeah.
If it's general funded, if it's any other fund like SDRF or anything, you cannot do that.
Right.
And there's a policy discussion happening at Public Works Committee that we're supposed to come back with a report on all that. So to me, I feel what we're doing next year is we're doing an assessment of all alleys. That's something that's critical for us to help us inform our decisions of what to do. I think we know the priority, CD5 and CD8, CD9 have the highest priority at this point. We have $1 million available for other priorities, but we can work with you. I think we proposed here that we take some of the general funded money from the slurry ceiling that does not impact, that has least impact on the PCI, which is the index for paving, to have that flexibility to move it and do more alleys for this year. But I think next year we'll have much more information that we can use and really have developed a program for taking care of it. So let's continue working with the policy committee, and we'll come back to you hopefully next year with more information.
Yeah, if we can.
So you don't recommend it?
There is $3 million for the first time in this budget. The mayor has proposed $3 million for alleys. So there is this alley allocation already in the current budget.
So for anything further, you're not recommending that we take this action now, but that we see how things progress throughout the next fiscal year.
I think we have the $3 million that we have. I think the first time, as Rich mentioned, let's do the assessment. We have money in the budget for the assessment of the alleys. That's going to help us. Speedway actually is a street, not an alley.
Okay.
So we're looking into that one separately. We'll
Good
take care of it.
to know.
But we work with you, and we're going to develop the priority as we're dealing with this issue.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I have to leave. I have all of the numbers I have given to my staff, so they can express to you what my number of priorities are as you go through.
Okay.
I just wanted to make one comment on one item
Please.
that you haven't done yet.
Please.
And it's study number 30 under Public Works Engineering, and it deals with the bike path funding needed to continue to get the bike path going from Van Alden to Balboa. And I just want to make a very important point, which is if we, this was the intention to fund that, but if we don't have that money, I am told we lose potentially, a strong potential, $18 million in state funding for the bike path, which has been a priority. So to me, this is one of those, I mean, it's important. It's not just in my district, it's in a couple districts, but it is, I really want to emphasize, and it's a high number one for me, especially because of the fact that a lot of OPM is at stake, other people's money on that issue, because if we don't get our little portion of money, we lose $18 million. So I wanted to make that a big point and have engineering aware of that as well.
Which number was that?
That is number 30 under Public Works Engineering. It's the LA River Bikeway,
yes.
Van Alden to Balboa. And I don't know if that, I mean, the department can talk about it, the DOE can talk about the money that's at stake, but it's important both for the community and for the bikeway, but it's also about leveraging, not losing, being penny wise and pound foolish.
So my recommendation on that was to allocate the first $500,000 in funding to complete the 90% design level.
Right. And as long as the department says that will prevent us from losing that $18 million, that sounds like a good recommendation.
Okay.
And
very good.
Gary is shaking his head that will work.
I'm gathering that's a 1 for you.
And that's a high one.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to give that a 1 as well.
2.
I'm sorry, members, that's on Public Works Engineering report number 30. So we've got 2 1s and a 2. Another 2. Mr. Bonin?
If Bob's still here, I'll give it a 2.
Okay. So 3 2s, 2 1s. Okay. So now, members, we're going to go back into order. And so we had left off with HCID. So on report number 53, This is a report on the Senior Management Analyst 2 to be added to the Land Use Division. I'm going to recommend that we approve a Senior Management Analyst 2 and 9 months funding from the Municipal Housing Finance Fund. And that does not have general fund impact. And it's really important in order to expedite some of our low-income housing projects and otherwise. So I'm going to just suggest that we do that since it has no general fund impact. Any objection to
None.
so acting? All right. Then that's what we shall do. 114 deals with contract with LASA. This is for a management analyst and accountant position. I'd recommend that we add funding to HSID's budget in an amount sufficient to cover 9 months funding for an MA and an accountant to oversee the LASA programs funded by the city. And if there's no objection to doing that, I would rank that as a 2.
2.
3.
And Mr. Blumenfield's a 3. Okay. 150 for HSID, 2 management assistants. I'd recommend that we approve the funding for the prevailing wage compliance contractor, approve the funding for architectural services contractor, approve 9 months funding for 2 MA positions dedicated to HHH, that we direct HSID to use existing MA vacancies for those MA positions, and that we direct HSID to work with the CAO to address any deficits through the FSR process. That would, my recommendation, that should have a $331,000 general fund impact. And I would recommend that recommendation with a number 1 priority because of its importance in meeting our low-income housing and homeless housing needs.
2.
2.
4 2s and a 1. Okay, that takes us to number 34 for ITA. And this deals with the comprehensive data management platform. I'd recommend that we allocate $300,000 for data analytics platform to support ITA's citywide data science and predictive analytics team. And I would assign that a 2 priority.
1.
1? Okay, Mr. Bloomfield's a 1.
2.
Mr. Kratz a 2.
3.
Mr. Bonnet a 3. Mr. Price a 2. Item 35. I'd recommend that we provide 6 months funding and resolution authorities for 2 system programmer 1s. And I would assign that a priority of 4.
3.
3 for Mr. Blumenfield.
I'm sorry, which item number?
This was number 35. 6 months funding and resolution authorities for 2 system programmer 1s.
3.
4.
Number 4 for Mr. Price. Okay. ITA report number 43. I would recommend that we approve 1 cable television production manager 2 and a television engineer with 9 months funding, add 1 MA position, and delete 1 programmer analyst 3 position, which will, taken together, result in a net savings for the budget. So if there's no objection to that recommendation, we don't need to rank it. We can just do it. And I hear no objection, so we shall do it. Number 81 for ITA. Was this called special by somebody? No? Okay. So this is not something that I'm going to recommend that we fund in the amount of $48.4 million, but I do think that it is important. This is one of the backbone needs of every department in the city, is to have ITA be able to provide the basic support services that they need, to update and upgrade their services based on technological advances. And so what I'd like to do is ask for ITA to report back with changes that have been made between 07, fiscal year 07 and now, in terms of actual expenditures and additional salaries that are needed, including as needed overtime, hiring hall, and hiring hall overtime. And the idea here is we want to be on what somebody described as a flight path earlier, I think. We want to get a sense of what we're going to have to start rebuilding and how best to do that over the coming years. So that does not require a budget recommendation. Number 95 for ITA. I'd recommend that personnel should report on the status of the work accomplished to date, and specific tasks that are associated with the phases of the project, the PERCS project, and what savings from fiscal year 19 can be applied to fiscal year 20, the estimated cost of the entire project, and any impact that the current status has on the proposed budget request. So I just want that as a report back.
Is there a dollar amount if we were able to actually attempt to fund that in this year's budget rather than report back?
Well, I think I don't have the report. I can bring that report up. Mr. Llewellyn, do you have on number 95?
So, Trina Unzicker with the Office of the CAO. So there was funding that was provided in the current fiscal year. It's 18-19 funding of $200,000 to digitize the existing records of the current active city employees. It's my understanding that there's a discussion regarding reappropriating those funds and making those available.
So were there not more substantial notations from the department of things that they would need to provide to take the steps that personnel needs to actually function properly?
So my understanding is that the lead on the project is personnel. We do have folks from ITA who can come up and speak to this. But my understanding is that that's part of the reasoning behind having the report back, is to ensure that both ITA and personnel are on the same page in terms of the tasks that are to be done.
Good afternoon, Laura Ito with Information Technology Agency. Yes, we weren't making any requests to we didn't need any additional funds for the digitizing work. We were working with personnel to set up workstations for each department to digitize their current records, the records that are incoming for new employees, as well as the new records that are generated. Personnel had asked for additional $200,000 to digitize the backlog of former employees' records, and that was not in the proposed budget.
So I don't see any reason why we wouldn't ask for that prospectively, because that is a contributor to the inefficiencies of the system, and I'm trying to at least ask for some significant things to reduce the bottleneck, because personnel impacts just about everything we're asking for in this budget. When we ask for new positions, it's so much harder to get things moving and get positions hired than they need to be.
Okay, and I guess part of the issue too was phase 2 was funded in the current fiscal year, right?
Correct.
And the $200,000 for phase 2 has mostly not been spent.
Correct.
Is that right? Correct. So I think I agree with you that we need to get moving and get this done. And I think that's part of the reason for getting the report back, so that personnel and ITA can get on the same page about how to spend the money that's already been appropriated more quickly, and then what the additional needs will be moving forward, and a timeline for moving forward as well.
Well, I'd be okay with putting the 200,000 in the UB, but I think it really does hold us back from getting where we want. I'd be happy to have a report on any other things that ITA could do beyond that, but I'd like us to consider 200,000 to completely digitize all those files.
Mr. Seha, is that 200,000 already encumbered?
The 200 for the current fiscal year, I think.
Put your mic a little closer.
The recommendation would be to, if it's not encumbered, reappropriate that into next fiscal year for the same purpose.
That would cover going forward. This would cover the rest of the
that would
files,
cover
correct?
phase 2, which was the original intent of that 200,000. I do want to point out that personnel's there is a budget memo number 46 in the personnel with personnel specific requests related to this topic. And it was, I think it's going to be considered as part of the personnel's.
Okay, so that duplicates, so I probably should cross it off here, and we'll just discuss it when we get to there. Thank you.
Okay, and it's a little hard to keep track when you have over 200 memos, so thank you, Mr. Seha. And speaking of not keeping track, I skipped over my own report back number 82 for ITA, and this deals with the salary reduction, the reduction of the salary account for ITA. So I'd like to recommend that we add $1.5 million to ITA's budget to partially offset the salary reduction proposed in the mayor's proposed budget. I just think that with that cut on top of their expected salary savings rate, their vacancy rate would be through the roof, over 11%, and it's already bad enough, and it's already hard enough for them to fill those positions. So I would recommend that additional $1.5 million in funding, and I would rank that as a number 2 priority.
2 as well.
Mr. Blumenfield and Mr. Kretz are 2s. 2. Mr. Bunn's a 2. Mr. Price is a 3. Okay, moving right along. 136. Cybersecurity industry standards. I asked for this report in part to emphasize again the magnitude of some of our unmet needs still, and how much of a hill we still have to climb to get to some of the basic things that we should be doing. The report indicates $9.5 million that would be needed to bring us up to industry standards for cybersecurity. We can't afford that at this point, of course, but I would like to at least make a down payment towards that. So I'd like to recommend that we allocate $500,000 in the UB to begin work on identifying cybersecurity priorities throughout the city and making any mission-critical improvements during the first fiscal year of what hopefully will be a multi-year process of bringing us up to speed on cybersecurity. And I would rank that with a number 3 priority.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, number 3.
3.
3's all around. Number 137 has to do with LAPD's legacy systems. My recommendation would be to instruct ITA to work with LAPD on a comprehensive replacement plan for their legacy systems to RMS, including cost estimates and potential funding sources to finance the plan in a single investment. So that would be include a report back, of course, to this committee as well.
Mr. Mr. Chair would recommend adding our office to that if it's a
Oh,
financing
yes, indeed.
issue.
Absolutely. Okay. Any objection to proceeding like that? Okay. Item 139 is number of data analytics positions across departments. On this one, I would recommend that we put funds in the UB for the data analytics position, but ask for a more detailed staffing plan for the consolidated data analytics group. That we allocate $200,000 for that purpose in the UB for the database architect contractor, office administration costs, and training conference costs, pending the more detailed staffing plan. And I would assign that a priority of 3. 2. Mr. Blumenfield's a 2.
2.
Mr. Kretz a 2. Mr. Price a 3.
2. I'm sorry.
Mr. Bonin a 2. Okay, that brings us to library, and for item 83, this is the report back from the library for Mr. Price.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to get a report back from CLA with the assistance of the library and BOE with cost estimates to replace the HVAC system at the Vermont Square Library and to recommend funding sources for that.
Okay.
Report back on
Okay.
HVAC.
Without objection, we will ask for that report back.
Thank you.
All right, we're now to personnel. Item number 10, the Bridge to Jobs program. I would recommend that we allocate 9 months funding to the personnel department for the positions identified in support of the Bridge to Jobs program. And I would assign that a number 1 priority. 2. Mr. Blumenfield would be a 2.
I'm a 1 on that.
Mr. Price is a 1.
2 plus.
I'll go 1.
Mr. Bonnet's a 1, and Mr. Kretz would be a 1, but he's probably already reached his number 1 allotment. So
Pretty close, not quite there.
He's a 1 minus.
If you don't count any of my 2 pluses, I'm not there yet.
So, okay, that was number 10. Number 33. On this one, I would recommend that we include 9 months funding for the Chief Personnel Analyst, Chief Equity Officer, 4 personnel assistants. Sorry.
That's 33.
33. As well as funding for the expanded use of the independent review panel. A 6-month pilot, number 1 priority.
2.
2. 2.
3.
Let's do that again so the CLA can hear, please.
Fine.
I'm a number 1.
I'm a 2.
2. 3.
2.
Okay. That brings us to item number 44. And I had recommended on this one, this was my report on testing on a continuous basis. I had recommended no action because personnel believes that the approval of the positions and the funding that we are doing in Memo 46 are more important. And so I would just move to number 46.
Okay.
On number 46, I would recommend that we approve the 21 positions and 9 months funding that were requested and approve $150,000 for T-spot TB testing. And with those positions, personnel estimates that it would be able to complete 90% of exams within 150 days. There were also requests for to assist DOT, Street Services, HSID, and EWDD. Those positions should be covered by the budgets of those departments. And thank you. That I assigned to number 1 priority.
Yeah, I'd make that a 1++. This is my top priority in the whole budget because, not because personnel is more important than climate change, but because it screws up half the things in the city by not having a fully functioning personnel department. So I would beg everybody to give this a 1. I think this is critically important.
I agree. Yeah, that's why.
If Bob was here, I think I might have prevailed on him.
I think you might have. I'm a 2. Mr. Price is a 2.
2.
Okay. So that brings us to number 69 for planning. And on this one, this has to do with policy development for affordable housing. I'd recommend that we include 6 months funding to support the addition of 1 city planner and 2 city planning associates. And I would assign that a number 2 priority.
I'd give that a 1.
Mr. Bonner, so 1?
2.
Mr. Kretz and Mr. Blumenfield both 2s. Mr. Price a 3. Number 108 was a request by Mr. Price for options for the Slauson corridor. I'd recommend that we allocate $75,000 for an outreach plan under option A in the memo.
That's a 1 for me.
Okay.
2.
I think this is kind of like some of the other district things that we'd, you know what, I'm going to give it a 2. So 2, 2, 1.
2.
2. 2. Okay, that brings us to 123. This is the community plan program. I'd recommend that we allocate $1.5 million for the community plan updates. And I assign that a number 2 priority.
I would give this a number 1.
3 for Mr. Price, 3 for Mr. Blumenfield.
2 plus.
Mr. Bertoni, if you're listening, remember who loves you.
All right, number 141. On the issue of loving Mr. Bertoni, let me get to number 141. This is a request for a city planner and 2 city planning associates. I would recommend that we approve those 3 positions with 9 months funding. And I would give that a number 1 priority.
Which number again are you?
This is number 141.
141, 2 for Price.
2.
I'll do a 2, but I want to just note something about this. The CAO's memo notes as a general fund impact from the staffing request for the major project section. However, I'm told, because I love Mr. Bertoni, that those positions are not funded the same way that other case processing positions are funded, and in fact, there's not a general fund impact. Most permit fees cover only a part of the actual processing cost, but in the case of single-family home permits, like in the Mulholland specific plan area, the fees are heavily subsidized by the general fund, so they cover very little of our actual cost. But major projects is full cost recovery. The department bills applicants for the time the planners actually work on the project in the EIR, so any cost associated with the position is actually covered by the fees we invoice to the applicant.
Claudia Aguilar with the CAO's office. The issue is that the fund does not have the capacity to fill it, so if we were to put it in that fund, we would have to increase the revenues as well to cover that amount.
I don't understand what that means.
So right now, that fund is subsidized by the general fund because it doesn't pay all the related costs for all the types of cases. So if we were to add this as the case processing, we would actually have to add revenue to the fund as well. It's more of an accounting.
For all case processing, but the way I'm reading it is they're saying that the major case processing is separate, but there's people who are much smarter than I who can respond.
Yes. Yes, so I could turn it over to Tricia Keene, our Deputy Director, in terms, you're correct that we do full cost recovery for major projects, and we do bill it full cost, which is different than our project planning.
Tricia Keene, Deputy Director, City Planning. These are, as Mr. Bertoni mentioned, these are full cost recovery. They do get billed directly to the applicant, but in order to account for the billing that would happen, we would have to, the amount of revenue would need to be adjusted so that there would be a cost and then a revenue that offset that cost. That the ultimate impact would be that there wasn't a general fund impact because we and our case processing fund could cover it, but it does need to be some accounting to take that into account. But yes, the end of the day, it's no general fund impact.
The line there needs to be an accounting to take that into an account is Aaron Sorkin worthy.
That is actually a compliment.
Either way, the impact seems less. So when CLA does the rack up, that's good information to have.
Okay, thank you. That takes us to 147, and this is relating to resources for the extended home sharing program. On this one, I would recommend that we approve the positions and 9 months funding for a senior accountant 2 and 6 months funding for the remaining 5 positions. And if the committee is inclined to support that, I would also ask that we provide the instruction to the department that other staff should not be pulled from other priorities and projects in order to do this work. And that's the reason that we want to provide these positions. And so there's $250,000 already in the UB for home sharing, and that can be used to offset the cost of most of that cost of those positions. So if there's no objection to that, I think we can just give that instruction.
Sounds good.
Actually, since you know what, it doesn't cover the whole cost of it, so I guess we have to prioritize that. I would say that's a 2.
It's a 3 for me. Jinxed myself.
Okay.
2.
2.
1.
Okay. Oh. That brings us next to 193, dealing with South Valley case processing and major projects. I'd recommend that we instruct the CLA to identify funding to support the requested positions for 9 months. Now, there are already vacant positions in the proposed budget, so I don't think we need to add positions, just additional funding if we can find it. And I would assign that a priority of 2.
2 plus?
This is on 193.
2 with a 1 for the Warner Center position.
With a
2 with a 1 for the Warner Center position.
Okay. Mr. Blumenfield is, dividing the case a little bit, and being a little provincial, I think, but
I believe
Warner
that-
Center is understandably a number one priority.
I believe that was a request for 193 was positions and budget and impact.
Yeah, but there are already, that was the request, but it's my understanding that there are vacant positions that already exist in the proposed budget. There's just not funding for them. Is that not correct?
Tricia Keene, Department of City Planning. There are no vacant positions allocated to the Valley at this point, so we would need position authorities as well as funding in order to create the staffing that's proposed in the report back.
Even there's not unfunded positions in the proposed budget? Maybe I got that wrong. I thought I'm fine with authorizing the positions too. I'm sure Mr. Blumenfield is as well. If they don't already exist as vacant positions in the proposed budget, then I would propose adding the positions as well. Mr. Kratz.
Yeah, I would similarly note a 1 for funding the Mulholland specific plan.
Okay, so that would be pretty much everything then between the Warner Center and the Mulholland plan. So yeah, but look, this is really important and it's a small amount of money. So, all right. So we have a 1 and a 1 and a 2. Mr. Bonin on number 193.
3.
Okay. That brings us to 194, the maintenance of specific plans. On this, I would recommend that we approve the requested positions and 6 months funding. And I would assign that a 3 priority.
3.
Mr. Blumenfield, 3?
I make it a 2+ with a 1 for the Westwood specific plan.
No, you may not. Sorry, you just may not.
Did
Nice
somebody
try.
deal him like an extra stack of 1s?
All right, so Mr. Kretz is a 2 on
Yes,
that one.
I guess so.
Averaging it out, he's a 2. This is 194, the maintenance of specific plans. I had recommended approval of the positions and 6 months funding with a 3 priority. Mr. Blumenfield was a 3. Mr. Kretz, I think we worked out was a 2.
Enthusiastic too.
Yeah. Mr. Bonnet?
I will be at 2, although I wonder if we're going to have a need for it if Mr. Wiener gets his way up there.
No kidding.
Could be true.
3 for Mr. Price. Okay. Number 202, implementation of wildlife corridors. My recommendation would be to approve the requested positions and 9 months funding. And I would assign that as a 4 priority.
2.
Mr. Blumenfield's a 2.
I would ask that this be a 1 for me. This is a jump out of the window 1. I've worked on this project for 6 years. It's a 4-year plan. The first year is a pilot in CD4 and 5. By the 4th year, it'll expand to the entire rim of the valley and all of our hillsides there, and will determine whether we save our wildlife or not. So I would be a 1, 1+++.
You try to impose some sort of regimentation, and all right. Mr. Bonnet?
I think next year we need to limit our number 2s and have no pluses. I'll give that a 3.
Mr. Price? 3. All right. That brings us then to police. And the first one that I have is 196. I had recommended no action on my report back about reopening the closed jails. I think, Mr. Kretz, did you call this special?
Yes. I just wanted to point out that we have a huge net loss in money spent per officer, because with these closed jails, we have officers driving lengthy periods of time and spending a lot of their time just driving people to and from jails to book them. So I know I'm particularly focused on reopening the jail in the Wilshire Division. We just did that, I think, in the harbor with the obvious same problem. You drive from the harbor to South LA. In this case, you drive from sort of midtown all the way downtown every time you have to book someone. The amount of wasted travel time is far in excess to the cost of reopening them, but I would at least ask us to consider reopening the Wilshire jail, if not all of them.
Okay. So I'm sorry. Are you making a specific proposal, or are you asking for further report on that?
If we have a dollar amount to reopen the Wilshire jail, I would ask that we consider that.
So it's $6 million for all of them. Do you have a specific estimate on?
That's
trying
correct.
to scan through the report right now to see what Wilshire would be.
Right. The Wilshire jail is about. Yes, it's $773,000 for the salary costs, and then we'd also need some of the equipment expenses, that uniforms and whatnot. That's about $5,000, and then there would be a GSD cost of roughly $250,000 for the custodial for the year, and then any of the additional. I think it's another $100,000 to get the closed circuit TV and whatnot up and running.
Now, I would note that the PD's report also indicates that the first priority in terms of cost savings and getting officers back on the street would be Foothill. So they actually have kind of thought through the service impacts on sworn officers. I think all of us want to see all four of these opened, and it's partly because of the cost savings that we get from officers driving around town. It's also because we just need more jail space. You know, we have increasing crime in a number of categories. We have a county jail that is bursting at the seams, and to the point that people are being released absurdly early, matter of, hours sometimes. I think that, there is great opportunity here to be able to utilize our jails. And one of the reports that I wanted back is, how we can utilize surplus space if need be. And I know that's included in your report back, but I'll be very honest, I haven't had a chance to read it yet. So I want to explore that more and have a deeper kind of discussion with the department about a program to get all four of those jails open and how we pay for that.
So if we can't do it as a budget item right now, and honestly, anecdotally, I only know the jail and the division that I'm familiar with. I can't speak to whether it's worse, but I can't imagine it could be much worse than driving downtown from there during rush hour in terms of wasted time. But I think it might be better to take a more holistic approach of looking at all of them and how we can get them open. Because there's some things we just do in that department where we could expend some funds and free up so much time that even though people look at the number of officers sometimes as sort of magical, I think it's really the amount of time they spend in some activities where they're just standing around, and this is kind of that, where they're just driving around. It just adds extra time and inefficiency. So if we could do it as a report back and see if we can deal with this sometime during the year, perhaps.
So I'll actually do you one better, because we do have, the beginning of a pretty good report back with what we have. I'm going to ask my staff to schedule this on a budget and finance agenda, soon when we're back into regular meetings, and we can have a deeper discussion about it then, see if there's options for mid-year adjustments, or if not that, at least starting to make a plan for 2020, 2021. Okay, so that brings us to number 197. This was dealing with Central Division foot patrols. And you'll recall, members, this was the issue that brought a lot of people from downtown in to talk about foot patrols. And that kind of got me to thinking that there are probably other areas in the city as well that are unique and would be assisted by foot patrols compared to black and whites and other presence. I know you have some, Mr. Bonin, and there are other parts of the city. So what I would suggest is that we include funding in the UB to support additional foot patrols commensurate with increases in street crimes, and that we include an instruction for LAPD to report with the crime statistics that were requested regarding downtown, but also to demonstrate where the greatest need may be for additional foot patrols.
Yeah, I'd support that as long as it's clear to the department that I'm putting absolutely zero weight on the specific request for this geography. The report indicates that it's the most heavily staffed area, and there are other areas that are probably more in need than this area. It's up to the department to figure that out based on the criteria that the chair just pointed out. But while they raised the discussion, I think it's an issue that all of us have an interest in. For me, it could be Venice Beach, it could be the Sepulveda corridor near LAX. I mean, we all have areas like this. So I just want to make sure that that's the understanding.
Mr. Chair, did you say an amount?
I did not. Mr. Kretz.
I would say ditto to Mr. Bonin's comments, except I would probably flag the Melrose area similarly for footbeats. And I think beyond just the budget allocation, we probably should ask LAPD to look at their overall allocation of all of their patrols and see whether footbeats could be substituted in some cases for other methods of patrol. So even if we didn't give a dime, it's something which they could look at and change. I know years ago in West Hollywood we did this with bicycle patrols and foot patrols, and experimented with both with some success. So it doesn't just have to be a budget item.
And of course, the more we civilianize, the more latitude the department has to do this for any of us in any area.
Absolutely. So shall we say, as kind of a placeholder for this in the UB, $1 million?
Sure.
Okay. I would assign that. I mean, I think it's important that we get this report back, because I'd like to have this deeper dialogue, as Mr. Bonin detailed. But for this UB funding request, I'd assign a priority of 3.
I'll do 2.
I'm actually, as much as I want them to do the foot patrols, I think the way we do it is civilian hiring. Given the percentage of the general fund that the LAPD already takes up, I'd be okay with doing what the chief doesn't want us to do, which is earmarking how some of their existing funds are spent. But I'm not inclined, given all the other needs we've just outlined all afternoon, which are going to far exceed the CLA's ability to fund, I'm uncomfortable with giving them additional money.
Okay, so do you want to give it a 5, or do you want to just vote no?
I'll vote no.
Okay. 4. Mr. Price is a 4.
A 3.
Mr. Blumenfield's a 3. And Mr. Bonin is whatever the equivalent of a no vote would be. What, 25 maybe? Or? For the rate? Okay. All right, 143. We're now, thank you to the police department. We're now to the Office of Public Accountability. And for the OPA, my recommendation would be to approve the requested positions, utility rate and policy specialists 2 and 4, and also $450,000 for contractual services. All of that cost is to be reimbursed by the Department of Water and Power, correct? So unless there's objection to proceeding with that recommendation, I think we can just go ahead and authorize it without the need for ranking.
I'd rank it a 5. So I think we should rank them.
Okay.
Three.
1.
2.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now that comes back to the Board of Public Works, and we did 61, we did 186, we did 191. We did the petroleum administrator and the prevailing wage. Okay, so I think we left off at 29 for ConAd. This is a request for management analysts for the Office of Wage Standards. I'd recommend that we include 6 months funding and RAs for the 2 management analysts, and I would rank that as a 3 priority.
2.
3.
2.
2.
Did you get all that? Mr. Price was a 2, Mr. Bonham was a 2. Okay, number 14, engineering. This is the Penfield Alley project.
We can just let it go.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, you can just let it go.
Okay.
Okay, so for number 14, that was, recommendation was no action, so we'll just pass on that one. And you have an updated report before you now on, I don't see a number on it, but it's, 180, revised memo number 180. So we haven't gotten there yet. We will. 31 is Atwater Village landscaping median project. I'd recommend that we allocate $232,000 to street services for the Atwater Village landscaping project.
Oh, we can't give it to her as is. Of course we can't give it to her as is.
So can we go over tomorrow? Okay, I'll set some time.
But I would also like to ask, as we're doing that, I'd like to ask the CLA to examine the potential other eligible funding sources, including Measure M, Measure R, gas tax. But I suspect that as all of those are pretty fully subscribed, this is going to be a general fund obligation, so I'd ask that we allocate $232,000 for that project. I would rank that as a 2. This is number 31, which is it's an important priority for CD13, so I'm going to give that a 2.
3.
3.
3.
3.
Okay, thank you. Number 65. This is to provide funding for a pedestrian tunnel, several pedestrian tunnel closures in CD9. I'd recommend that we provide funding for the tunnel closures, and I rank that as a number 3 priority at this point.
2.
Mr. Kretz is a 2. Mr. Price?
I'm a 1 on
Mr.
this,
Price,
but I
you
understand
go.
that we got the funding in the current fiscal year for this project.
Okay. So we're good. We're
good
good
to
on
go.
that one. Okay, so then we're going to recommend no action on that one.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. 94. This is a report regarding the Complete Streets program, which came back. Well, anyway, I recommended no action. Mr. Bonin, I think you called this special.
Yeah, I don't quite want to give up on this one yet. We have a number of different policy objectives that the Complete Streets program is trying to achieve. It's about sort of this intersection of repairing our streets, about doing the mobility improvements so that they're safe for everybody, and about making sure that we're doing the environmental investments. And so they're expensive, but they're achieving multiple policy objectives. And I think when we're doing a program like this, where we have the ability to potentially leverage funds from other sources like Measure W for stormwater or ATP for bike lanes or Metro for bus lanes and stuff, if we don't keep doing project development and keep a capital program running, we lose the ability to get a lot of funds, because at least if we do the design, then there's something to seek funds for. I realize that the funding for all 12 projects is for the design for all 12 is a pipe dream, but I'd like to at least consider partial funding for half of them for 9 months to maintain the current program size of 6 streets at a time in future years. That'd be about $6 million, I think, 6.7. I know that's a big ask. I'd like to ask the CLA to look into it at the potential of the gas tax and Measure M and Measure R. And for me, that would be a 1. I also want to note on this one that there's some budget language in here that I find troubling, and I don't know if we discuss that now, if we discuss it.
Well, sure, fire away.
Later. There's 3 things. One, there's budget language in here stating that projects are fully funded, and that's not accurate for Reseda and Avalon. There's budget language in here regarding the project selection process. And I really think the project selection process needs to be vetted through the relevant council policy committees, mine and Mr. Blumenfield's. And there's language in here regarding budget caps for individual projects. And I think new project development policies also need to be vetted through those council policy committees and not just sort of imposed sort of arbitrarily at this time. And I think Mr. Blumenfield would concur with me on those points.
As do I, on all of the budget language issues. The challenge I have with these projects is their inability to hew to a budget, and that continues to be, an ongoing issue. I think if we can fund them through the alternative funding sources that you've indicated, that's great, and we should, because they're all great projects. They're suffering from the Christmas tree effect, and that's going to put great strain, I think, on our ability to utilize some of those other alternative funding sources for critical transportation needs.
That's true.
And Vision Zero needs.
I also think it would be helpful as we go forward for BOE to more clearly break out the budgets for this. It's really easy to look at, say, the project in CD3 and get sticker shock based on, we're doing a street and it costs this much. But if you look at it as 3 simultaneous projects doing 3 different things at the same time, it's the expense is the same, but the sticker shock is different because you realize you're not doing one project, you're doing multiple projects simultaneously.
So in addition to changing the budget language and looking at the alternative funding sources, what would be my recommendation was no action.
My recommendation would be to look at the alternative funding sources or general fund, come back with a recommendation from the CLA on whether it is possible to do partial funding of $6.7 million for $6 million for design consultants, $721,000 for 9-month funding of 6 BOE positions to maintain the current program size. For me, that would be a 1.
Okay. Okay, members?
2.
Mr. Kretz?
Thinking about it.
I'll say 3. So this...
Good 2.
2 for Mr. Kretz. This is report number 94. And did you say 6? What was the number you gave?
6.7.
$6.7 million for complete streets. So, Mr. Price, do you have a prioritization for Mr. Bonin's proposal on complete streets? He said $6.7 million. I recommended no action. He suggested $6.7 million for the complete streets. Be a 3. Okay. So Mr. Price is a 3 as well. Okay. That brings us to Report 131. This is the Chief Resiliency Officer and Sustainability Officer. I'd recommend approval of 6 months funding for 1 senior civil engineer to be a dedicated Chief Sustainability Officer and Chief Resiliency Officer in the Bureau of Engineering. I would rank that as a number 4 priority.
2.
Mr. Blumenfield's a 3. Mr. Kretz is a 2. Mr. Price is a 4.
3.
Mr. Bonin is a 3. All right. 167. Resources needed to support grant-funded projects. I'd recommend that we add all of the unfunded resolution authorities that the Bureau requested. And since those are unfunded RAs, if no one has objection, we can just simply do that. No one has an objection, we shall do that. So report number 180, resources needed to expedite bridge home projects. I'd request or recommend that we approve funding of $1 million to provide resources to expedite bridge home projects, and I would rank that as a number 1 priority.
2.
Mr. Kretz is a 2. Blumenfield is a 2.
I've got 2 1s left, so I'm figuring out my allocation here.
You've been so good, though, really, Mr. Bonin. I'm going to give you a little slack.
All right, I'll do a 1.
Need it? Okay. Mr. Price? Mr. Price is a 3. 189. This has to do with inspection of sidewalks surrounding other governmental agencies. And I actually want to talk to the Bureau about this for a second. City's Chief Engineer, Gary Lee Moore, welcome.
Good afternoon. Maybe
so
good evening.
I might have been unclear on this because what I was after is how do we start holding other governmental entities accountable for fixing their own sidewalks for which they have responsibility, for design, construction, and everything else. So in order to do that, I mean, I love engineering, but I don't see that engineering has a significant role in that. I see this as being a matter of inspection, which would be street services, to basically tell them, you got a broken sidewalk, fix it. And I don't see how we have any engineering responsibility for that. So walk me through that a little bit if you can.
In the amended ordinance that we have regarding sidewalks, it says that we need to provide details if we're going to cite somebody. So we need to work with the city attorney to what that means. We prepared this, within a couple of days for you. We've interpreted it to mean that we need to be specific. If we can be general and we can go out there and just say it's broken. The other thing that we do provide that the street use inspectors don't provide is we go out, we measure it, we know the details regarding curb ramps, so the engineer is educated in that area of expertise. Once again, as we understand that you needed to provide specifics, not just a general cursory review.
So it sounds like what I'd like to ask of you, can be completely informal, if you can work with my office and the city attorney to develop the policy, whatever policy recommendations need to be to change that, because that's ridiculous. And the objective here is that when somebody has a broken sidewalk, we tell them to fix their sidewalk. We don't have to inspect. We don't have to check their grade. We don't have to check to make sure their curb ramps are adequate. That's their responsibility. It's not ours. And so if we have, in our development of the ordinance, have caused the requirement to be otherwise, then it's up to us to fix that, I think, because you have enough things to do without inspecting the school district's slope. That's not our responsibility. It's theirs. So my whole goal with this has been for us to focus on what we need to do to fix sidewalks that the city has responsibility for, and to hold everyone else equally accountable to all the exact same standards of ADA compliance and risk reduction and everything else. That's not our job. It's the state's job, it's the federal government's job, it's the school district's job, it's Metro's job, it's every other government entity that operates within the city boundaries. So for this, then, what I'd like to do is I'd like to recommend that we put $1 million in the UB for implementation of a sidewalk enforcement program. It's still to be determined what that program will be, but I really, really want this to start in this budget year. This is something that, I've been pushing for 4 years, and it still isn't going. So $1 million, and then we'll work on the policy development of where that million, which department needs that, what personnel need to do that work. So that's why we can keep that in the UB. And I'd like to make that a number 2 priority.
2.
Mr. Blumenfield's a 2. Mr. Price is a 3.
2.
Mr. Bonin's a 2.
3.
Mr. Kretz is a 3. Okay. All right. Number 16 was actually an informational report. I think Mr. Blumenfield called that special, but his staff indicates no action is required, so my previous recommendation will stand. Number 19 Sanitation, I had requested or recommended no action. This is the livability team for the Grand Avenue and Flower Avenue corridor, and the reason I recommended no action was that Sanitation reports that they have funding sufficient to implement a 10th Hope team. There's funding in the UB to implement 11 four-person livability teams, and that funding should be sufficient to ensure that this corridor is covered by the city's sanitation crews. But Mr. Price, if you wanted to speak to that or ask any questions.
I just wanted to make sure it was covered. We identified that as an area as troubled as parts of Venice and Skid Row. I think we certainly have known that corridor has been a problem initially for dumping and now dumping and homelessness. And so I just want to have some assurance that it can be included in this next group.
Okay, so can Sanitation and or the CAO speak to that issue, please?
Sure. Lisa Mowry, Chief Financial Officer, LA Sanitation and Environment. Absolutely. We know from our conversations with the council office and from the data that we gather through our Clean Stat program and service requests that this is an area of high need. So when we bring back our proposed deployment plan after we've had a chance to meet with all the council offices, UHRC, this will definitely figure heavily into it.
Thank you.
All right, that will take us to number 22. This was my request for a report on the senior environmental compliance inspectors, and I requested no action on this one because that request is already covered in one of the other memos. So no action is required there. But I think, did somebody call that one special? That? No? Okay. So that brings us to number 23, the biodiversity expert in the Bureau of Sanitation. This one I would recommend that we include 6 months funding and a regular position authority for 1 environmental specialist, 3 to serve as the city's biodiversity expert. And I'd recommend a 3 priority on that one. Mr. Kretz?
Yeah, I would recommend a 1, and this position would help us identify and protect our species. I'm already shocked. The only thing I was shocked at in this budget is we showed no interest whatsoever in protecting our wildlife through corridors. If we also turn this down, we have no interest whatsoever in our wildlife in the city, and I'd ask that we make it a 1.
Mr. Bloomfield's a 3. Mr. Bonin is a 3.
3.
Mr. Price is a 3. Okay. So that takes us to number 27. This is a report on Recycla Organics Recycling. It was an informational report, but Mr. Crutch, you wanted to speak to this?
Yeah, I think it's important to fund this, but it does look, looking at the report carefully, that we're probably not ready to do that. So I'd withdraw the request, but just hope that we look at it seriously when it comes later in the year.
Agreed. I think if there's the one most important aspect of Recycla is probably organics recycling, in my view, because it's the one thing that most contributes to climate change, and the rest is just pretty much a resource reduction and landfill reduction program. So I agree with you. Okay, number 54 is the sewer construction crews, and I would like to request that we instruct LA San to report back with a proposal for the creation of this program and position descriptions for the 15 positions requested. I'd like to further recommend that we put $1.3 million in the UB from the Sewer Capital Fund in order to fund those positions.
And Mr. Chairman, let me just add,
Yes.
let's also investigate use of targeted local hire for these positions as they're freed up.
Yes,
possible?
for sure. Although, was that already part of the, did you already look at that and determine, well, if you haven't, we should, for sure.
Yeah, that was part of report back number 28.
It was.
Number 28, okay. And so we don't even need to, since that's recommended for special funding in the UB, you don't even need to waste a ranking. I think we should just do it unless there's some objection. And I see none.
Let's do it.
So that will be the action of the committee to make that recommendation. Number 56, I had recommended no action, Mr. Kratz, because the Bureau has indicated that their special funds can't be used for that program. It's a great program, but as it stands, that was my understanding from Sanitation, but go ahead and...
Right, and if they can't, it's a $75,000 request. We have a private match, not a city funds match, but a privately funded match that we will be leaving to waste on a program that will is an inexpensive way to begin response to climate change and resiliency. So
I think I missed that. So
yeah, so privately funded, we have people chomping at the bit to personally match what the city expends.
So it's a $75,000 impact on the general fund then, not
Yes,
$150,000.
$75,000.
Okay. Well, I'm good with that. Members?
Just as a point of clarification, we have actually identified some of the items done through this program that are eligible for sanitation funds. There are some things specific towards waste. There are also some that could potentially be eligible for DWP funds, water conservation and power conservation. And then there was and that's about a third each, and then the other third would have to be general fund. It's things such as crime prevention, developing communities, things that are a little outside. And so if we do that, basically a three-way split, it will match the funds that they're providing.
Okay. Well,
so it's an even smaller general fund.
So you're saying it's actually a $25,000 piece from the general fund?
102.
Yeah, about 27,000.
Oh, well, I was going to put the 75 in there.
Well, that's
so.
because
I would take it. I'm sure we could get it matched.
There were two discussions. One had to do with 75, one had to do with 150. So if Josie Moran provides 150, because I think there was some discussion about 75,000 one year, 75,000 the other.
Yes, I think they would provide the whole 150.
Okay, so if they provide 150 and the city's trying to match that, then it's 54,000 from the general fund.
Okay.
To get $300,000 worth of value.
Okay.
Seems like a good deal to me.
It does to
I'd
me
be
as
a
well.
one.
So just as clarification then, so the LA Sand portion would come from where?
It would be a mix, the items that had to do with wastewater, and I can provide that detailed breakdown, and then some of it would be from our solids fund.
So really,
but it would be our special funds.
Okay, so the only general fund component is the amount that's cited on your memo is the number, 54,000, okay.
54,000. Yeah. Okay. So I think I would join Mr. Kratz in that, and so you don't have to waste any more of your ones. I'll give that one a 1.
Thank you.
I don't know if there's. Well, I guess we have to rank it. Yeah, we do. Even
2.
Mr. Blumenfield's a 2. Mr. Kratz.
I guess that'd be a 1 anyway.
All right, he's a 1 anyway. I figured. Okay, Mr. Bonin.
Where did we get another 1? Is there like a?
I don't know. I don't know. You know, I do my best, Mr. Bonin. You know how it is. We've been doing this together for a lot of years, Mr. Bonin. You should know by now. Okay, Mr. Price.
3.
Mr. Price at 3. Okay. Okay. That brings us to report number 84, which involves a number of position requests. My recommendation on this would be to add 3 senior environmental compliance inspectors and 6 months funding in support of the HOPE Clean Streets expansion. I'd recommend that we make the changes suggested in the MICLA vehicle purchases as proposed in the Bureau's letter. And I would rank that as a number 3, as a priority 3.
What about a 3 also?
3.
333.
I'm a 2.
2.
2.
3.
3. All right, that brings us to street lighting. Report number 37. On this one, I would recommend that we add position authorities and 6 months funding for 1 street lighting engineering associate 3 and 2 street lighting engineering associate 2s. And I would recommend that as a number 2 priority. That would.
Well, I'd recommend it as a 1, except Mr. Bonin might object to my overuse of them, so I'll go back to the 2+ non-existent category.
This limiting the number of 1 thing was actually my idea, so I feel compelled to abide by it. I will give that a 2.
Okay, thank you.
3.
3 for Mr. Blumenfield.
2.
A 2 for Mr. Price. Brings us to 163. This involves copper wire theft
I'm
resources.
sorry, back up.
That was number 37.
3 on 37, number 2 on 163.
Okay, so you're moving quicker than I am. So 163 is the copper wire theft. I'd recommend we provide the Bureau with 9 months funding for this position and ask for a report back within 90 days for a request of additional funds for the materials. And I'd assign this a 3.
3.
And Mr. Price indicated he's a 2. Mr. Bonin? This is 163?
163?
Yeah. Copper wire theft resources.
3.
Okay. We've already done 66 and 67. I'm sorry, members. I got to ask you for another respite for a minute, so if we can just take 3 minutes and I'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everyone. I think we've completed everything through the beginning of Rec and Parks, which will be next. But members, I just wanted to make a change in one thing on item number 202. That was the implementation of the wildlife corridors project. I had made a recommendation to approve the positions. I just wanted to change my prioritization on that to a 2. That's on number 202. Planning 202. Got that, Ms. So? Planning 202? Okay. Planning 202, I'm changing to a 2. Okay. All right. So then, members, that brings us to Rec and Parks. And first up is report number 100, which deals with locksmiths. I want to make a recommendation to add 9 months funding in the RAs for the 4 locksmiths to bring this in house and to approve the service trucks needed. But I need to hear a little bit more about why this costs so much. This number for salary and vehicles seems like an exorbitant amount. I mean, do 4 service trucks really cost $340,000? Those are nice trucks. Is $1.3 million really necessary for 4 positions at 9 months? Oh, I'm sorry. So it's 1.3. It is inclusive of the trucks and the other expenses. I see. Okay. So maybe I don't need an explanation of that. Maybe it was my own my own double addition here. So the 1.3 that's requested includes the salaries, expenses, and the trucks. Okay. But so just focusing on the trucks for a minute, how come they're $90,000 each? What kind of trucks are they?
They're utility trucks. It's not a standard pickup truck. It's a utility truck that has many cabin space to be able to carry the equipment that's required to be effective and efficient out on the field.
Okay. I don't know. CAO have any thoughts about that, or it just seems like it's another one of those things where, we spend stuff and then I scratch my head like, really? Do we really have to pay that for that? But
well, we would work very closely with GSD Fleet Services to determine the actual
that'd be great.
cost. Yes.
That would be great, because there may be, other options that might be able to bring that price down. But in any event, it's an important thing to do, I think, to try to bring some of those positions in-house and make them more accessible. So I'd recommend that we add 9 months of funding and the RAs for the 4 locksmiths, and approve approve purchase of 2 service trucks. Sorry, how would those 4 positions be implemented? How would they be staffed? Would they be on multiple shifts so that you have nighttime service as well as daytime service?
At this current time, we're looking at standard services, and it would be a locksmith that would be assigned to each region for more effectiveness and efficiency.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and start with the locksmith the 4 positions, 2 service trucks, at least initially, and I'd give that a 3 priority. Mr. Blumenfield's a 3.
3.
3 for Mr. Kretz.
2.
2 for Mr. Bonin, 3 for Mr. Price. Okay, 101. This is relating to bus services for youth programs. I'd recommend that we allocate an additional $500,000 to Rec and Parks to provide buses for youth in low-income areas, and that would serve 90,000 more youth. I'm going to make that recommendation and give it a number 1 priority.
2.
Mr. Kretz is a 2. Mr. Bonin is a 2. Mr. Blumenfield is a 2. Mr. Price is a 1. Number 102, I had recommended no action, and this was kind of informational about, I had requested this about reporting back on whether we can use targeted local hire for brush clearance. And I guess I want to understand a little bit more about why we can't do that. And then I might ask for a further report back so that we can see whether some of them might be able to be used at least.
Just to clarify, we asked in our budget for an allocation and we received the extra funding for the brush clearance. Javier can probably give you total details, but just quite quickly, brush clearance is really a seasonal thing, generally from May to September. We would rather use our targeted local hiring to hire full-time gardeners. Our average age of our gardeners is around 55. We are having a very robust retirement. So we feel this year alone we've hired something in the area of like 44 gardeners. So we feel that we would rather use the targeted local hiring for full-time. I expect it to be very robust over the next several years.
Yeah, but why are they mutually exclusive? Because it seems to me that if you're doing brush clearance during hot seasons, and you could be, doing gardener caretaker work the rest of the year, and we would get full service from a full-time employee, and we wouldn't have to contract out these services for brush clearance, right?
We work closely with the fire department, with their contractors who comply with the LAFD's fire brush clearance regulations. So that's how we were able to perform this work. It is work that's specialized. Once again, they have to be licensed to be able to provide this work. Brush clearance is not one of our core functions in the department, so it'll be very challenging for us to be able to perform that type of work.
Yeah, I want to visit this further with you and the fire department, because again, I think this is one of those situations where we're getting a little bit too much, a little too technical with some of these things. The report back from the fire department was disappointing to me in how much it required about the skill level needed in brush clearance. I'm sure there's specialized equipment that's necessary in some cases. I'm sure there's certifications required in some cases. But a lot of this is manual labor that could be done by people who are hired under targeted local hire and then continue to serve as your gardener caretakers when they're not doing this. I'm just not convinced about this. So I had recommended no action, and that will continue to be the recommendation. But we'll come back and have a further discussion about how we can contract some of that work in. And I appreciate the report that you've provided and the fire department's provided. We'll agendize that for further discussion at a future budget and finance meeting. All right, so that brings us to number 103. My recommendation on this would be for the facility directors would be to add regular authority for 3 recreation facility directors and 6 months funding to support senior programming. For me, that's a number 1 priority.
2.
Speak up so I don't have to. 2.
1.
Mr. Price?
2.
Did you get all those? Okay, report number 130 is a report that I requested about the Whitnall Dog Park. I will ask that the CLA report back on potential sources of funding for completion of that facility, along with Recreation and Parks. And that's largely a district matter, so members, we don't need to take that up with ranking right now. Number 155 is deals with compliance with LA 2028's training and safety requirements. And members, on this one, I would recommend that we approve the positions and 9 months funding for the requested positions. And I want to emphasize the importance of this because these are positions that are necessary in order to meet the requirements of the IOC and LA 2028 in receiving $160 million in youth sports programming for recreation and parks. So this $400,000 investment, admittedly, is probably a down payment, but the return on investment is very significant when you consider that we might otherwise be risking our ability to receive the youth sports funding. So I make the recommendation that we approve the positions and 9 months funding, and I rate that as a number one priority.
Two.
Two.
Twos across, except for me, number one. That brings us to 158. This deals with the repair to the Exposition Park Rose Garden walls. I had recommended no action on this at this time. Mr. Price, I recognize this is an important issue for you.
It is, Mr. Chairman. This is a real priority. We know all the exciting activities going on in Expo Park, the Coliseum, the football club, Lucas Museum, the Science Center, etc. We have a guesstimate of $4.5 million to make the necessary repairs, necessary historic repairs. We've identified $1 million, and we just like to have the CAO and Parks and Rec and Parks report back on additional funding sources so that we can get this wall restored as soon as possible.
Okay, terrific. We'll ask for that report back, looking at all available sources of funding that might be able to be utilized.
Thank you.
That brings us to report number 175. This deals with adaptive use in universal play facilities. I'd recommend approval of 9 months funding and regular authority for the positions to begin the citywide adaptive sports program. That's a senior rec director 2 and 1 recreation director. That was requested by Mr. Blumenfield. I'll join him in that, and I would assign that a number one priority. Mr. Blumenfield is a 2. Oh, okay. Well, I'm a number 1. Mr. Blumenfield's a number 2. Mr. Kretz?
2.
2 for Mr. Kretz.
2.
2 for Mr. Bonin.
I'm number 1 with you on that.
Number 1 for Mr. Price. Thank you. Number 183 is a report back on reducing the department's salary saving rates and addressing the potential deficits that the department may have of over $3 million. And I'd like to instruct the CLA to make a recommendation on the Recreation and Parks salary saving rates after consulting with the general manager to see what level of hiring he can sustain in the coming year without running a deficit. And then I'd like this committee to explore options as we go through the budget year of helping him to mitigate that potential deficit and still maximize hiring. That doesn't need to be done in this budget, but it's a issue that we want to definitely highlight right now, because with that salary savings rate as it is, we're not going to see the service restoration that we need to have in Rec and Parks. So I'd ask the CLA to work to develop a plan with the general manager so that we can address that as we go through the year. No other action required on that. Number 184, I'd recommend that we approve the 24 positions for the 3 additional crews for homeless abatement and provide 9 months funding. This would add 3 bulky item illegal dumping crews in addition to the one that's in the proposed budget, and I would assign that a number 1 priority.
I'll join you with the 1.
Thank you, Mr. Price.
2.
Mr. Blumenfield and Mr. Bonin are 2s. Mr. Kretz is a 3. Okay. Number 185 is a report dealing with properly trimming and maintaining rec and park trees. Members, this is a very important risk management concern, as well as an environmental concern in maintaining our citywide urban canopy. And I would recommend that we add funding and positions sufficient to support 1 additional tree trimming crew and include an allocation of the required equipment for that crew in MICLA. And I would make that a number 1 priority.
2.
3 for Mr. Price. Mr. Bonin?
2.
2 for Mr. Bonin. All right. Thank you. I think that brings us to...
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Was that 184?
185. That was 185. We already did 184. 185 was the tree trimming and maintenance. So, Mr. Price, a 3 on the 185. Is that right? So just, we want to make sure we're clear on this. So.
2. Okay, 2. Mr. Price.
Mr. Price, was it 2 on that? Okay, 2 on that. All right, very good. Okay, so number 48, we're getting to transportation. Ms. Reynolds, welcome. So report number 48 was a senior MA1 and a transportation planning associate 1. I'd recommend approval of both of those positions for 9 months with 9 months funding. I would rank that as a number 2 priority.
I also think that there's available funding in Measure A for this.
Oh, well, that would quickly make it a number 1 priority for me if that were the
that's
case.
my understanding.
Can we get a clarification on that if anybody knows offhand? And if not, we can go ahead and approve it with an instruction
with an
to
emphasis
examine
on
whether...
looking at Measure A.
Yes.
Yeah.
Roy Cervantes with the Office of the CAO. There's the funding from the Prop A fund would have to come from the reserve for a future transit line. That would be that could be used
reserve for
future transit. So that's the account that's basically.
Well, this sort of is for future transit, so that would make sense, right? Yes. I'm getting concurrence.
Yes, it's reserved for future services, so I
This is
think
exact-
that...
this is what it's for.
Yeah, it is. The question is whether it was planned for that, because, and I think that's where the difference is, because there's dash services that are planned as part of transit improvement on a go-forward basis, and so the question is whether the fund is healthy enough to sustain all of the transit services that you are going to be approving for Dash and Commuter Express, et cetera, and whether this is part of it or whether this will be in addition to it, because it could be creating a shortfall in future years.
So I think we should ask you to look at that, because I would certainly not be supportive of redirecting Measure A money that would otherwise be spent in expediting completion of Phase 2 of the Dash rerouting, which I've been waiting for a long time. Why don't we just go ahead and have you look at that. But in the meantime, regardless, Mr. Bonin, I would recommend it as a number 2 priority.
Myself as well.
That was 48?
Yeah, it was 48, yes.
And we're anticipating that it's probably funded through Measure A?
Yeah.
Maybe. We're going to find that out, but it seems like it would be appropriate to be funded by Measure A. The question is, I guess, whether or not there's sufficient Measure A funding left to meet the responsibilities that would be applicable to the responsibilities expected of these positions.
I'll rank that a 3, largely in light of that other funding possibility.
Ms. Reynolds looks like she has something to say on that.
There's empty seats up here. Come on down.
And she'd like us to find a way to rename the department to get her closer to the beginning of the alphabet. So I'm proposing in Exhibit H that we rename the Department of All Forms of Transportation.
Well, I suspect the zoo will be suggesting all animals or something.
Thank you for that. I was just going to point out that without the staff positions, you don't get the expanded transit. So the money is fine that it's out there for expanded transit in the future. We won't be able to use it. It'll sit there. So the two go hand in hand. So if you end up saying, well, we can't fund these positions because this money has to be reserved for future transit, we won't have any way of actually spending and executing on the expanded transit service itself.
And I don't think you'll get any argument from any of us about the importance of doing it,
Sure.
as long as we can and the money's there. So
I just wanted to, my budget director and team encouraged me to underline that point, that without the positions, we don't get the expanded transit.
Well, I get that, and right back at you. If you get these positions, I expect my dash line. So I've been waiting on my dash line for a long time.
We aim to please.
Thank you.
And with that information, I'll change my ranking to a 2.
Okay. Thank you.
We're still on 48 here.
What?
48.
Okay. So did we get that?
I think we're good on that one.
Everybody
Pick up,
rank
Jeff.
it?
48. Okay, Mr. Price said 2. So just to be clear, I'm a 2, even if it's general fund money. Okay, because this needs to be needs to be done, and I don't want my dash line touched. So as long as you achieve that objective, I really don't care which line item it comes from, which fund what letter attached to you. Fund the positions. Give me my dash line. That's all I need.
I believe she's signaling that she can only get that dash done if you fully fund the complete streets and Vision Zero.
Nice try. Remember what I said about Christmas trees and complete streets? Okay. That brings us to number 51. And this is the crossing guard position. So the proposed budget, members, includes $7.6 million for 423 crossing guards. And DOT recently hired 44 crossing guards. So if they all go through, maybe Ms. Reynolds, you just want to stay up here for a while. I don't know. If they all go through, there will be no vacancies in the current crossing guard positions. So that's why I had recommended no action on that item. But
yeah, my understanding was we're having a hell of a time filling the positions that exist already.
That's
right.
Correct.
It's not the best job in the world. It's great if you love kids and if you have a couple of hours in the morning and a couple of hours in the afternoon, but it's that split schedule that makes it really, really hard to fill those positions. So I had recommended no action on this, but...
So are we clear that by not allocating anything, we're not really reducing the number of crossing guards?
So I think what we tried to articulate in the budget memo was that there are qualified assignments, and qualified assignment means it's a corner that qualifies for a crossing guard under the warrants that we use. That we cannot staff even when we are when we have 0 vacancies. So the number of qualified corners exceeds the total number of vacancies that we have in the crossing guard program.
So were we able to hire up all the positions in the program, we still have a lot of other intersections that we're not putting crossing guards at, even though we would like to.
That's correct.
So is there a way through this funding item to increase the number of crossing guards?
We tried to give sort of the information about the cost of the crossing guard and the delta in the number of, number of positions we have versus the number of qualified assignments that we have. So it would be, I guess, up to this committee and CAO and CLA to determine whether or not you would want to add additional positions to the department to fully staff all of the corners.
And if we were to add additional positions, then presumably there would be some lag time in filling those positions.
That's correct.
That would likely be longer than between now and the beginning of the next school year?
Conservatively,
September.
I'd say, we'd love to, if we had those additional positions, we'd probably get to those corners maybe midway through the school year.
I think, this is important for all of us, and a long-term plan to try to get every qualified corner is an appropriate direction to go in, and I think something that we would universally support. Among the 423 positions that you now have, is there, or I don't know if there's even any way to prioritize their deployment to particular schools? I know a lot of times you're probably hiring from the neighborhood of the school or even the parent community, or so maybe it's not feasible to really put them where they're 100% most needed, because you can hire for a particular school because that's where the person wants to work.
Yeah, geographic proximity is really, really important for these particular positions.
Okay.
And just for the record, we did recently go through and do an evaluation of all corners currently served to have a very difficult conversation about corners that maybe once qualified that no longer qualify, so that we could move the crossing guards to cover as many qualified assignments as we possibly could. And that is extraordinarily difficult for a community and for your offices to sort of be caught in the middle of those kinds of things. And so we've done that as well to try and make sure that we're not putting crossing guards anywhere where maybe they're no longer needed.
Have you, in fact, relocated some crossing guards already?
Yes, we have.
Okay. Well, we'd hate to see that happen. What do you think, Mr. Kretz? I mean, we should certainly have. I think at minimum we should be asking the department for a plan for filling those positions. I would like to see every place that's eligible for a crossing guard to have one, if we can. That's going to be dependent upon, obviously, funding, but even more than funding is the ability to hire into those positions. So
I'd recommend we ask the department for a plan, and then if they're able to hire the positions that are vacant now, that we reconsider additional funding at the FSR.
That makes sense to me.
It's reasonable.
Yeah. Okay. That will be the action of the committee then, without objection. All right. That brings us to number 55, dealing with the speed hump program. I'd recommend that this is a single transportation engineering aid 1. I'd recommend that we approve the position with 9 months funding and the vehicle purchase and take that from the appropriation for speed humps in the Measure M Local Return Fund. And if we do so, there's no impact on the general fund, so I would suggest that we just go ahead and order that unless members have objections.
Concur completely.
No.
Okay. If there's no objection, that will be the action of the committee. That brings us to number 77. This deals with design coordination for Complete Streets and Vision Zero. I'd recommend that we approve 6 positions without funding. And well, actually, that's the recommendation. So, Mr. Bonin, is that good?
Okay. I wasn't anticipating that. How does that work? And then the idea would be that through salary savings or something else?
Right, that it would be absorbed within the department's budget.
Give me a second.
Well, maybe you can just speak to that, speak to these positions and that recommendation.
How realistic is that?
Could you clarify the question?
He
How realistic is what specifically?
Well, he's saying that you could have the positions but not the funding. You'd have to come up with the funding through your other resources.
Through our other resources, as in special funds or?
Salary savings or something.
Sure. That will work just fine. Well, we should be able to. We should be able to do that.
I know her well enough to know that's not exactly something you're enthusiastic about, but okay.
I'm getting a thumbs up from the members of my team who understand the question and how I would feel about a variety of answers. So I'm going to say thumbs up.
So one has to. And
we'll trust the staff.
Mr. Chair, I assume one has to interpret that as if we give you the positions, you'll find a way to make use of them.
Correct.
And that function will happen.
Okay.
I do want to also say, though, that, and this is to your point about personnel, this department has a special need to fill its existing positions. Yep. And that's through no fault of the department's not trying. And this just needs to be a real priority for us, for personnel, for the rest of the city family to get these positions filled. Because this vacancy rate is extremely high, and these are life-saving positions largely. So I just can't emphasize that enough. We have a lot of work to do, even in filling the positions that you already have. And I think through some of the work we're doing in this budget, some of the recommendations you made about personnel, hopefully we'll be moving in that direction.
And just for the record, with what we've been talking about in terms of trying to make hiring easier and more expeditious in personnel, this department is literally the #1 department we had in mind, where there's just enough of a backlog and enough harm done by not hiring quickly that, you know, we certainly encourage it, and that's part of why we've encouraged adding funding to the budget.
We appreciate that very much.
Okay. All right. That brings us to number 113, and my recommendation would be to. This is dealing with a backlog of new traffic signals and the planning necessary for it. I'd recommend that we add the 5 positions indicated in the memo and 9 months funding. And for me, that would be a #1 priority.
And I could not agree more. Ms. Reynolds was nervous about the coming up here. I do have the #1 for you on this one. This is sort of the moral equivalent of your dash line. Some of us have been waiting for some signals for so long. We now have the money for them, and if we can't get them done, it would be ludicrous. In 2004, when I was managing my predecessor's campaign, his campaign kickoff was at the corner of Venice and Centinela, where he pointed to the signal and said, "We need a left turn here." We now have the money for it, and I am determined as Mr. Krikorian is about his dash line, to get that damn left turn signal in there.
And these go to the very heart of Vision Zero, of risk management, of all of these things, and to have this be backlogged because we don't have the people to do it is just not acceptable. So.
Yep.
Well, and once again, I've used too many ones, so I will
go ahead.
Say a 2.
You can. I'll give you a pass on this one.
But I will. I will signal my real opinion.
Special dispensation.
Okay, then you get a 1.
Okay.
A 1.
Mr. Blumenfield's a 1 as well.
Nice.
Mr. Price?
#2.
Mr. Price, spoil sport. Okay.
Just for the record, I think that's
No
the highest
signals in
recommendation
CD9.
for any item so far.
The department appreciates and shares your affection for signals. Thank you.
All right, number 164 was a request for consulting services. Mr. Kretz, I think you called that one.
Yes, and I'm not sure if it should be broken up in two, because we both asked to look at the entire old neighborhood traffic division and the fact that traffic has become 20 times worse, and yet we no longer have a division that's focused on that, and then a more district-focused plan to look at how to address cut-through traffic in Encino Hills, which has become out of hand, and I don't know if that should just be moved to a district section. We also wanted to look at one particular area that needed possibly some guardrail activity there too. So if we wanted to separate that, I'd ask that we just consider Encino Hills traffic with the other local issues, but look at the broader issue of whether we need to reinstate that division within transportation.
I would really welcome a thoughtful report back about that, and it dovetails nicely with some of the things that some of us have been indicating about the impacts of TNCs and the impact of GPS apps and how that's impacted so many neighborhoods throughout Los Angeles. I think having those community-based transportation planning processes is really critically important.
I think it's probably I think the ask of Ms. Reynolds is fairly similar to what the ask was of the police chief for his civilian restoration plan, because this ain't going to happen in 1 year.
That's right.
It's going to take a few years, and there may be priorities we identify as things to focus on first that are sort of both global and neighborhood at the same time. So I'm happy to help work on that in the policy committee.
Terrific.
Committee.
Great.
Thank you. Okay. That's it for you, Ms. Reynolds.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And finally, that brings up the zoo. And
Did we cross off 188? So I may have missed calling that special under UB.
Let me check. Okay, so this one on the zoo, the request was to expand the community engagement program, and it's my understanding that funding for that could come from the Zoo Enterprise Trust Fund and would have no general fund impact. Is that right? Okay, so if that's the case, I would recommend that we go ahead and approve the requested resources. And we don't have to really rank that since it has no general fund impact unless there's an objection. Seeing none, that will be the action of the committee. One moment, please. We didn't, so I guess we should have.
57 and 125.
I'm proud of myself. I stuck to my 12.
It's at soccer fields, they lose the CD9.
Bob might
Items 57 and 125.
So, I don't think I'll call you.
Some of them you took off the list. Remember, he said no.
Those people named Paul just going to be trusted.
Not my problem. Exactly. Except, please don't.
Okay, so, Mr. Kretz, you had a question on 188, and there was no action recommended on that particular memo because of the $500,000 that we allocated into the UB for climate change mobilization, which, you know, and that there's a report pending, I think, in the policy committee on this. So, but if you would like to speak to that, go
Yeah,
ahead.
there's really no crossover. This is basically the next step after we create the office and the commission and hold assemblies, that out of that whole process, we're anticipating that some first step projects come out of that. There's no funding for those projects. So this would put some money into the UB to anticipate some small climate change projects that would come out of it. If it turns out that we don't come up with any amazing ideas, the money can be returned to the general fund.
Okay.
But considering how pressing we consider climate change, setting aside $400,000 would seem somewhat modest.
Okay.
And I would make that a number one priority for myself.
Okay.
A 3.
Mr. Bloomfield's a 3. I would give that a 2. 2 for Mr. Price. Mr. Bond, this we were revisiting number 188. I had recommended no action. Mr. Kretz is proposing $400,000, and he's right. It was my misunderstanding of whether that was already encompassed in our UB allocation. He points out that it is not. So, what say you? 2. 2 from Mr. Bonnet. Okay. I think that concludes our review of the memos, unless I'm told otherwise by somebody who feels that we've passed something over or missed something. It seems that is the conclusion of our review. So, members, what will happen next is all of these prioritizations and recommendations are now in the able hands of the CLA's office, who will go off and review our priorities, report back on the things that we've asked for reports back on in the form of what we call the rack-up, which is basically a roadmap for how we might be able to fund some of these priorities, if any. And I do want to emphasize that when we go through this process, we're always optimistic that our top priorities will be funded. I do want to emphasize that the mayor's proposed budget was already a budget that actually anticipated a lot of the needs that this council had. It's a balanced budget. There may or may not be significant additional resources that we'll be able to identify to be able to fund even our highest priorities. So again, I started as Debbie Downer. I want to finish as Debbie Downer and say, don't hold your breath, even for your highest priorities. But that being said, we always entrust Ms. So and Ms. Calfian with doing everything possible to be able to meet these priorities, and they always do an excellent job of that. Is there anything else that we need to cover?
I just want to make sure you take some good cough medicine tonight and
Thank
get some
you.
rest.
I have a few days now to recover. Thank you. I appreciate that. With that, members, if there's nothing further, until we come back on March, I'm sorry, on May 16th, this committee will be in recess.